Hello, everyone. I am a little late tonight because I worked. I was out on a case kind of late, but I am here at any rate. I was like, I ended up scheduling kind of late, and I was like, if people get on, then I'll stay on. But at any rate, I'm happy to be here with you guys tonight. How is everyone doing? I would like to know who is in here. I see 4 people are in here already, but I hope that everyone is doing fine tonight. Like I said, I'm glad that I was able to get home and get on here. I wanted to talk about hello, Sky Alex. Hello. I wanted to get on here tonight to talk about the cookie shop, Makeda's cookie shop, and how you all feel about them opening back up at that same location. I thought about that and I was like, you know, I'm not saying that they should not open back up. I do know that they have a location in the downtown area, like a warehouse, and they have like a sister store. I guess that's what they call it, the Butterific. But I was wondering, what you all think about. I don't know if it would be safe um, to open back up in that location. I think about that Makeda's cookie store, and although I've said that as far as we know, there's no proof that Makeda's, had anything to do with anything. I think I've always stated before, I don't know who worked inside of that cookie shop. And even if they worked inside of the cookie shop, I don't know if they had anybody in there had anything to do with it. I have not heard. Hello, Lady Diva. All of you all that are coming into the room, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Also, I want to say this before, because I had just kind of jumped into it, right? I'm kind of putting the cart before the horse. For anybody that comes up here, um, hi Danielle. They should keep it closed. Okay. Um, Anybody that comes up here with me, there no profanity at all. Like there is no profanity. I know every now and again one might slip, but the second one slip, I'm gonna just have to. You can't. I'm gonna just have to X you out or whatever. Go back into the comments. I want to keep it professional around here. I know everybody has their own opinions, and I want everybody to have their own opinions. But for me, I like respect, and I want everyone to be respected. And the thing about it is, cussing up here or mentioning anybody else's um, channel as far as what they're doing, what they're not doing. When we over here, we kind of talk about what's going on over here. I don't knock anybody or, you know, everybody else doing their own thing. And so I kind of don't want this to be the gossiping place for other medias because I got a lot of things planned. And like I said, I want to take you all on that journey with me. I appreciate everybody for their individualities. When they come up here and they state their opinions, I really appreciate that. I do, because I know everybody's opinions are different. And that's what I like. But I don't want anybody to be disrespectful, you know. And as far as cussing, absolutely not. Can't have that. Because number one, it gets me strikes, it gets, demonetized and all of that. And, you know, we could do this without cussing, right? So, as far as the cookie shop, you guys, also let me drop the link for those of you all that may want to come up. For those of you all that may want to come up, I want to hear what you got to say about the cookie shop. Everybody, like I said, each and every person has his or her opinion about the cookie shop. You know what I mean? And that's y'all's opinion. But I was thinking about, I don't know, because of so many mixed emotions and as it relates to the cookie shop. Like I said, I never said that they had anything to do with it because I never heard that. I'm talking about as it relates to any law enforcement officer that I know never said that the cookie shop had anything to do with it. I know, but of course, I don't know everything, and I'm still not saying that they do, but I know everybody has their own opinion. I just think with the emotions of the Dolph situation still being high, I don't know if it's a good idea for their safety, for them to open the cookie shop at that particular location up. Like I said, because you're still in that area, and as Miss DB saying, they spins in that area. They spin over there on airways. So I don't know, and I'm not saying that they will, but I'm just saying with emotions still being high and with people having a difference of opinion, either way, other people having a mixture, even if they don't really know what's going on. I don't know if it's a good idea as far as their safety for them to open that cookie shop back up. So I want to know what you all think. I'm talking about just in that location, you know, because yeah. Um Danielle says they should keep it closed. Only nightclubs reopen after a murder, and even then they get new management and change the name. Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. And like I said, the emotions, because that's the area that Dolph grew up in, the emotions are still really high. And I would hate for anything to happen, anything else to happen at that location. Because it seems to me people are divided as it relates to what happened. And still, there are a lot of emotions as it relates to that. They might as well leave it as is and relocate, because you have ignorant people who will believe the YouTube community, and possibly that's what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying, J Dub. I was like, it seems like even in Memphis, there is a mixture. It's like of different emotions as it relates to that, even though they don't know, I assume they don't know. So there's still a mixture of emotions, I think, for their safety. I know that they have a cookie shop, as I was saying, a bigger shop downtown. I know in that area, people are used to them being there, but you have to think about now there's like a negativity that is connected to that. You know what I mean? I just don't I just don't I just, especially being in that area, I just don't see how it could be um good. I don't see how it could be good. Danielle says if they do, they should get permission from Dolph's family and name it after him, especially if the memorial is being taken down. Yeah. And with that memorial being taken down, I was thinking about that. I had a mixture of feelings about that. It's kind of, I don't believe in a whole lot of coincidences, but I think it's weird how the young man was gunned down. Now, I don't know what the young man, I think his name was it, what was his name? Was it Jeremiah? I don't I feel this way because I don't know what that young man had going on outside of that. We don't know what he had going on in his life, but I feel like if somebody was pissed off at him dealing with that Dolph's memorial, he's been doing that since Dolph passed away back in November. I think if somebody was mad, he was up there all the time. They would have did something to him before now, right? Like I was saying, I hope that with Jeremiah, he didn't trust the wrong people. Like he knew something and he kind of alluded to the fact that he knew something or let somebody know. And I would hate to believe that he would have been a witness in any kind of way in this situation. Because then I know then it'd be real, it'll be real serious and strange, right? But I'm gonna drop the link again. If anybody want to come up here and talk about, state their opinion, you can definitely do that. But like I said, as for me, I just don't think that it is a good idea for that particular location. Because I think people are still traumatized, by what happened. And then, you know, people went up there to look at Dolph's pictures and took pictures and things of that nature. But to see, I don't know I don't know how they're going to accept the cookie shop opening up again, you know. It might open those wounds back up all over again, knowing that that was the last place that he went. I'm not saying that the people should not open their business up, because there are, I guess, but I just don't know about that particular location. I do know that the owner was on the news and he said that, he had to take the memorial stuff down because he was losing a lot of business with Dolph's pictures and stuff being up there. His laundromat that is connected to the cookie shop. He said that people did not want to go into the go into his laundry. It just um people just, he was losing a lot of business for that. But I would think as much traffic, that was coming through there. I don't believe that, because you think about that area, around the area, that man telling a lie. I'm just gonna go on and say it, because that area around where that cookie shop is, where that laundromat is, um, a lot of those people they don't have cars. Okay, it's a highly impoverished area. A lot of people walk up there to in that neighborhood to that laundromat. So he telling a lie. It's always full. I don't know why that man got on there and said that. I don't know why he said that for, but I could tell you now it's a lie. But if he says that he's losing money, I'm sure, if I don't know if the cookie shop is still paying rent, or if he gave them um or if he gave, he didn't, they weren't paying rent at this time, and maybe he's losing money. I don't know how that arrangement is. So maybe he's not making any money if the cookie shop is not open right now, and they still um want to have that particular place occupied. They want to reoccupy it, I guess. Maybe that's what he meant. He need to start getting back, because he ain't telling the truth about their washer and dryer place. He telling a lie on that. They just don't want Dolph's legacy right there. That could be true. I said the same thing. Yeah. Hello, Miss Shirley James. Yeah. He when he said that, you know, I don't want to count the old man's pockets or whatever, but I do know, as far as occupation, all those people in that community, around that community, go to that washer and dryer place. So he making plenty of money up in there, because a lot of people don't have the washer and dryers in their homes, and they have to walk up there with their clothes and stuff. Hello, Miss Kimberly Wilson. Do you think the cookie shop was making that much money selling cookies there? I don't know. I've gone in there a couple times, and I like the butter cookies. They made the butter cookies that I was used to eating when I was, what the cookies that they sold in elementary and in junior high. Those good butter cookies. So they taste just like that. I would go in there when I had a sweet tooth from time to time. I really, because Airways had gotten so bad. Shit, they was robbing people at the gas pump, or they have a lot of people that like to hang out, that panhandle, and they'll walk right up to you. You know what I mean? But yeah. Um, but as far as making that much money, I don't know, because they did have their cookies in Kroger, right? They did have their cookies in the Kroger store. I don't know if I've seen them, but I hadn't looked for them in the Kroger's, since this situation happened. But they did have their cookies in the Kroger store. And believe it or not, they sold like sweet treats, like banana puddings and stuff like that. They made a really good banana pudding, you know. Um, so I, I honestly don't know, but when I think about that, because even now, like when I drive past there, you think about it, like Dolph, you go into that location like it's nothing but glass, and the counters are pretty high inside of that place, and then there's nowhere to go. So I mean, I think I was saying before, with Dolph, and people was like, well, why was they shooting down? You think about what Mr. Maurice Hill said, right? Hey, Miss D, they're gonna Miss D, y'all. You think about what Miss Maurice said. Yeah, I dropped the link. Miss D, I dropped the link. You think about what Maurice said. Maurice says that Dolph and his brother was standing over in the corner. And like I always say, nothing beats an ambush, right? They were standing over in the corner. He said, and they just didn't stand a chance. Because I remember he did that interview. He said they just didn't stand a chance. I hope the man wants to sell the building. No, I don't think he's gonna sell the building. I think the cookie shop is going to I think the cookie shop is gonna open back up. You know, that man, when that man set up and said that man makes a lot of money in that laundromat. Cause like I said, all that community, that whole community from Orange Mound to being to from Orange Mound to Castelia, they come up there to that laundry. They have to come up there to that laundromat and wash their clothes. So I don't know what that man is talking about. You know, I don't really know what that man is talking about when he says that. So, you know, that's he kind of he lying as far as he's losing money. Like I said, I don't know if Makedas is still paying him rent. I don't know if he told him, you know, I don't know what that arrangement was, but I don't believe he's losing any money because every time you go past that washer and dryer place, it is loaded. It is loaded. And you see people from the neighborhood and their kids and stuff always walking up there with their baskets of clothes to wash their clothes. So, okay, Miss D. But yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Cause like I said, when I heard that, I thought about it. I was like, because they were saying that they wanted to. He also said the cookie people want to open back up. Yeah, that's what he said. The cookie people want to open back up. But getting back to what Mari said, he was like, Dolph and then was standing over in their corner. And he was like, by the time they looked up or whatever, or they just didn't see it coming. If you think about it, if they were standing over in the corner, y'all, and that place is surrounded by glass, I believe, I just believe by the time they looked up, they saw those young men running up to them, and all they could do was dive. That's why you heard somebody said hit the floor because somebody probably, they probably did see them. That's why they were shooting down because they hit the floor. You know, that's what I think. They saw them at the last minute, but there was nowhere to go. I mean, there was no doors that they can run to through in the back or nothing. They couldn't jump over the counter. They had to hit the floor. That's why they were shooting down. You know, and like I said, I've seen that area because I've been in their cookie shop. There was just nowhere to go. There was nowhere to go. Period. He also said the Oh yeah. So, what do you all think? I want to know what y'all think about the cookie shop. Do you all think that the cookie shop, if they open back up, do y'all think it would be a dangerous situation to open that cookie shop back up? Because, like I said, you think about that area now. As I say, they spend in that area, and you think about a lot of people still have a mixture of feelings, and that is the community that Dolph grew up in and the community that he helped, right? So if they have a mixture, that community still have a mixture of feelings, I don't know how safe it would be for them to open that cookie shop back up. Even though people don't really know what happened, it's just the idea. A lot of people have made assumptions. And for their safety, I don't know how I don't know how smart that would be to start back operating. I know they said they was gonna, have like a memorial of Dolph in there. They might, especially if people still have a mixture of different feelings, it might really piss them off. You see what I mean? Clark said it's disrespecting Dolph to me, and nobody ain't tell Dolph they was coming. Everybody took off running, and that's what the lady. Let's see. Everybody took off running, and that's what the lady who was at the register said. Oh, okay. So the lady at the register said everybody saw the people coming except for Dolph, and nobody said anything. And yes, it ain't none but danger to the cookie people. People already think they got something to do with it, just putting themselves in danger. Yeah, that's what I was saying. With a mixture of especially in that community, y'all, that's a high crime area, okay? As I said, they spins over there for real. They spin because that's Orange Mound and Castelia right there together. And so, with people having a mixture of feelings, I just don't know how smart that would be. I don't know if that would be a good idea. I won't say smart. I'll just say because business wise, it may sound like a good thing, but you have to think about the mentality of the a lot of people, you know, especially around that area. And a lot of them still might have a mixture of feelings about what happened. You know what I mean? Or who they think has something to do with it, who did or who didn't. In their minds, because a lot of people are still very emotional about that. Like I said, that was the exact community that Dolph grew up in, and those are the people that he helped in that area, around that area. And yes, it ain't nothing but danger to these cookie people. People already think they got something to do with it, just putting themselves in danger. Devin McCarter said, "What's up, T? Hello, Devin. You doing okay tonight?" Catherine Sanford, I think it's very disrespectful if they open. Okay, Miss Catherine thinks it's disrespectful. Martha Burns, well, MPH needs to call the guards and cast in case. I don't think it's a good idea for the respect of Dolph. I think the cookie shop need to locate somewhere for the safety. I thought in the beginning, this is just what I thought, that they, because they do have a location downtown, a bigger location. I thought that they was just going to sell cookies out of there. But I don't know if they thought about, since Butterific is downtown now, even though they have a separate location, that they want to just open that back up. You know, I guess it would not be anything wrong with it, but I just feel like for their safety, I don't know if that's a good idea. Like I said, especially with people that got their own thoughts, and they don't really know what happened, right? But they're assuming, that some people are still divided on their thoughts on if they had somebody in there had something to do with it. I could see, like, if they waited until, and I know with business that's different. I don't know. I don't know as far as I can't count their pockets, but the case has not. Daw's case has not even started yet. So as far as a lot of the public is concerned, nobody has really been eliminated because they don't know. They don't know yet. So they haven't heard anybody's statements. The police have kind of gotten even more tight-lipped about everything that's going on, as far to the public. So people, it's causing people to make their own assumptions, and I'm telling you, a lot of people have a mixture of feelings um about that. If you can afford it, they need to keep it closed for a while. Yeah, Lady D, I think so, for their safety. Um, Kimberly D. Wilson, there are 67 people in here, only 17 likes. Thank you, Miss Kimberly. Miss Kimberly, I'm trying to see if I can make you a moderator. Let me see if I can make you a moderator. I don't know how to do it. I'm gonna have to figure out how to make you a moderator, Kim. I don't know how to do it. Um, let's see. Thank you, Kimberly, though. You all, please hit the like button. For those of you all that just came into the room, please hit the like button. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. Hitting the like button helps my video to circulate more, okay? It helps more people to see it, okay? So I would appreciate that. The people in Memphis know them cookie people didn't have nothing to do with it. Only the internet think they did. I don't think it should be a good idea. And well, for the most part, make it make sense. I would have to say, you're right. Like a lot of people, quite a few people, because the police have not implicated them. The police never said. I always say, now them Negroes down there snitching like crazy. They point all kinds of fingers at everybody. I just don't see them telling on everybody and not telling on the cookie people. If because they shoot them folks down there locked up, they doing all they can. From my understanding, a lot of them are gonna be looking at the death penalty, and they trying to do everything that they can to not get the death penalty. So I just don't see them being involved and not somebody not saying anything, not unless you know I don't know. I think somebody up in there would have been arrested by now. um let's see. Big Face said, please do more talking. We love your voice and direction. Never let someone get you off track. You are ex-officer, so stay on the prowl. Thank you, Big Face. um Make it make sense. The cookie people said they are still paying the rent and utilities at the location. Okay, so that's why they're opening back up so that they can make money. If nothing else, I'll say this: there are probably a lot of tourists that might come in, but like I said, with the mindset of a lot with the mindset of people, um, you don't it seems to me, even just looking at social media, people have a difference of opinion. They're still kind of stuck in the middle a lot. Well, it's kind of divided 50-50. A lot of people think they didn't, and then the other half think that something isn't right. And you have to think about, you never know a person's mindset. I just don't know how safe that would be at this point. And I know, as far as business, I know they might be saying we gotta open back up to make money. But if you think about it, you guys, if they could, I would wait until this Dolph situation, um, until court started. But of course, the trial started or whatever. But of course, it might be a while for that because, as I've been saying before, I think them folks out there spinning. Because I was talking to somebody today, and they was talking about how them people been out there making arrests. So it seemed to me, when they was quiet, they was setting up. They had to have been setting up stings or something, because people that are being arrested, like organizations, I never even heard of, like it was not even on the radar, not even on the internet. So, and they've been making a lot of arrests. So um, I don't know if the arrest that they've been making is going to be connected to the Dolph's case, but I just I just think when they finish, it's going to be real big, y'all. That's just my personal opinion. I think it's going to be real big, and so I think it's going to take a while. I think it wouldn't be good for them because of how everyone feel about the situation. Yeah, people have a mixture of feelings, and just for their safety. Um, Mike Jones, the building was up for grabs for 280,000. They closed out 150,000 on GoFundMe, and 80,000 was still up and going on one. They might end up buying the building. Hmm. Okay. If that man that was on the news sell it, okay. When their GoFundMe cover their rent and utilities. Well, that's true. I said I didn't know if there was an arrangement made, but if they say that they've been paying the bills, I guess they have. But it's confusing to me how I guess what the owner was saying of the laundromat, and he's the owner of the cookie shop too. He was saying having up Dolph's memorial, all those pictures and stuff was scaring people away from his laundromat, and I know that's a damn lie, because that's the area that Dolph grew up in. Them folks love Dolph around that area. So really, I think looking at his memorial and his pictures and stuff gave him a little solace or something, a little solace. So he telling a lie on that, and that laundromat stay full. I don't know why that old man said that. Um, Mike, 280,000, 10%, 28,000 down payment, mortgage probably 21-22 a month. Well, we don't know if they bought the building, Mike. Tamara, if the cookie shop gets bulletproof windows, it should be okay to reopen. Yeah, but the problem is, you know, letting the wrong person in. But you're right. I guess if they get bulletproof windows up in you know the glass, you know, when people walk in from behind the counter, I guess you're right about that. Bronze, they need to bulldoze that whole roach infested cookie shop. Now, Mr. Bronze, I can't lie. I've never seen a roach in that cookie shop, but of course, I didn't go in there a lot though. I've just gone in there sporadically. You know, I passing by there. I was like, oh, I want some butter cookies. I've been in there a few times. Um, it's a bad memory. Yeah, the owners in the hole. He trying to get rid of that building. Oh, okay. So he's trying to get rid of the building. So what you're saying is the owner is trying to sell the building, and you think he's selling it to the people that own the Makedas cookie shop because that laundromat makes a lot of money. That laundromat makes a lot of money in that community. No, they're going to need security for sure. Yeah, they're definitely going to need security. I wouldn't open it back up and not have security. And I think what they need to get is not regular security guards. They need to get off duty law enforcement. Is they cost a little more. People don't like to get the off duty law enforcement because it's running like 20 something dollars an hour. But at least they're able to have their patrol cars up there. I just think it would be safer. It's better to pay a little bit more and be safer than sorry. Anybody heard the song Soldier Boy drop allegedly dissing Dolph? I saw another blogger talking about that. You know, I don't really listen to Soldier Boy's music, but I think Soldier Boy for the last week, for some reason, he has risen back up and been completely disrespectful. He has been insinuating that he has something to do with our situation, and like I said, I think it's more than trolling. I think I've said that before. I feel like Soldier Boy, a lot of people think, well, he just trolling. Nah, I think people are underestimating Soldier Boy because Soldier Boy has something that he feels like he needed to prove. Um, so he's never been out of the red, and I hope that he's somebody that's being still being looked at because I don't see why a person would be constantly trolling. And then the thing about it is, Dolph and Soldier Boy had never had any issues, so why does he hate him so bad? As far as we know, only Dolph said I was the first to get kind of joking with Soldier Boy. I was the first to get a billboard with yellow cards or something on it, and that pissed Soldier Boy off. So that means that Soldier Boy already had some type of deep rooted hate for Dolph. When you could piss people off like that, that's jealousy. When they get mad at you like that, want because you say something like that, that means they already got some type of disdain for you. And any little thing, you say piss them off, even if you're just playing. A cookie shop with bulletproof windows and a door buzzer, classic sweet treat, huh? Talk back to me. Um, Tammy says should stay closed because me and my family from Memphis, and there's a hate on the street for them. Yeah, that I was saying that I think a lot of people around that area has a mixture of, even though they don't know, and then I'm sure they talk amongst each other. Like I said, I don't I have not heard anything outside of social media about the cookie shop. Like nobody has ever said it to me, but like I think there is a division as far as what people think. And I know that area is a bad crime area, okay? So if people are divided, a lot of people, and you have to think about, if people are divided and this is the area that man grew up in, like I said, that's why he was comfortable, because that was his area. That's Orange Mound and Castalia, like right there together by that cookie shop, right? So I just don't think that would be a good idea, because some of these folks Dolph grew up with, if they feel a certain way and they out there in the street anyways, that could be kind of dangerous. Um, Clark said, "Well, Miss T, let me put you on." He said the ops was talking till I knocked off the big dog. Oh, and you know what? I remember Soldier Boy in a live when he was trolling Dolph, and I do believe that he's talking about Dolph because when it first happened, he was like, he thought he was gonna be able to troll him because he was trolling them with JoJo Splat and all of them, and then he did say something almost verbatim to what you said. He just said he was like, um, don't be getting mad at me. Y'all was coming at me, and now that y'all big dog gone, everybody want to come at me like I had something to do with it. So I don't know. Like I said, I've always said that he should be looked at closer. I don't think he should be off the table at all because this is a man who had put money all on top of his head, said he had $100,000 on this man's life the day before this man was gunned down. The day before, y'all, I don't believe in a whole lot of coincidences. I don't. You know, I just don't. So if nothing else, that's criminal. If nothing else, that's criminal. He should be charged with something. He had a lot of customers the day I went by to pay my respects. Everyone that stopped by parked on the end of the cookie store, took pics, and left. I don't see how that's messing with his business. That old man is not telling the truth. That laundromat stay loaded. Those people in that community, that's their only laundromat. So everybody in that community come over there to that laundromat and wash their clothes and wash and dry their clothes. Just like Lil Durk say in the song, people claiming bodies and ain't did nothing. I don't know about Soldier Boy, y'all. Like I said, I've always said this, and nobody has told me this, but he has never been out of the red. You know, he hasn't. No, it was Key Glock to said it. Okay. It was Key Glock and Soldier Boy going at it over the billboard that Key Glock got in New York. Okay. So if it was Key Glock and Soldier Boy going at it, why did Soldier Boy bring Dolph into it? Why did Soldier Boy bring Dolph into that? And then that's when Soldier Boy, oh, okay, now I think I remember now that then that's when Soldier Boy went to Dolph's page and said, "You claiming that you're independent, but aren't you signed to Empire?" You know, why did he? Because Dolph had not said anything to Soldier Boy, so if he was going at it with Key Glock, why did he feel the need to go at Dolph? Soldier Boy sent 4 of those boys cash apps. I believe it was the next day. I believe some transactions went on allegedly. I believe it was some transactions went on. Because and the reason I believe that is because one of those young men I thought I heard him say, "Big," they called him Big Soldier, need to send me $5,000 more dollars, but somebody else said he need to send me $50 more $1,000. So why would he say that? Send him 50 more thousand. The only problem the cookie people got is they talk too much and they stories don't match, but they not under oath. That's true. Make it make sense. Um, they're not under oath. We don't know, what they've told the police. We do know that if they told the truth, if anybody knew anything, it could be, dangerous to them. Because all those young men that they have in custody right now are from around that area, some kind of some sort, hung around that area. Some of them had moved out of the area. As I said yesterday, Straight Drop was living in a high rise that is very beautiful, very exclusive. Um, and the rent started at $1,600 a month. It started at $1,600. I know exactly where it is. So It is very beautiful. I'm trying to figure out how he even qualified for it. You're going to have to watch it. It's on Breakfast Club when Soldier getting on an interview. Okay. He said that on the Breakfast Club. Okay. Where Miss D? She said she's putting her son to sleep. She said she'll be on later on. I'm gonna drop the link. She'll be back. I'm gonna drop the link, and for anybody that want to come up has anything to say about this particular situation with the cookie shop, you definitely can. But you guys, like I said, I just don't think it would be a good thing, um, because people have a mixture of feelings as it relates to that situation, you know. And like I said, you heard what the young man said a few nights ago when he got on here, and he lives right in that area, right? Because he said it. So you have to think about when people are out in the street and they don't necessarily know the whole truth. They just have a thought of something and they feel like I need to go spin for my dude, because like I said, that is the area that Dolph lived in. That's why he was so comfortable, that he grew up in. That's why he was so comfortable around that area. So I would hope nothing would happen. But then I know the mentality of these young men here in Memphis. So um my hopes don't mean nothing. Because I know what they're capable of doing, especially um when they get on their lean and stuff. Why won't you said why won't they made my building? Why won't they made my building? Which I don't understand that, Miss Shirley James. You said why won't they made my building? I don't understand that. But I know a lot of people, and like I said, I don't like to accuse people. I don't like to be accusatory. I don't like to accuse people, especially if I don't have um any evidence to. I know a lot of people was going back and forth about Raven, and they said her story changed, but you have to understand. I don't. I- You know, Raven. I don't know what kind of statement she gave the police or that her father gave the police. Even though the public is curious, that they couldn't tell the public exactly what happened. You know what I mean? Not for their safety, because suppose one of them is going to be a witness. You know, why won't they make the building a doc museum? Um, I don't know. I think because they would probably have to get the permission from Dolph's family. That would have to be something that his heirs and his family um would agree to. They can't just decide to use his likeness and make a museum. I don't think. Um, if the cookie shop open, if the cookie shop open back up, you said if the cookie shop open back up. Now I don't know when the cookie shop is gonna open back up. I think it's gonna open back up really soon. You know, I think it's gonna open back up really soon. Like I said, I hope that it seems to me, though, I will say this. It seems to me, because in the news before, and like I said, I don't look at the news a whole lot because I know how the news embellishes. I do. When I worked for the police department, I knew that they could not get vital information and they would be begging for information. Okay. When they would call, they would be begging, and we could not give them vital information. So they would just have to fill in the information themselves. They would have names wrong, information wrong. They just had to make it sound good, right? So um that's why I know, as far I wasn't so hard on Raven and her family, because I knew when the public was pressuring them, they couldn't give out a whole lot of information if they knew something. They throwing the stuff away next week, shaking my head, and people are putting their money inside them glass cases, the money inside the glass case things. Hmm. I didn't know people was putting their money inside the glass case things. You all, I'm dropping the link again. If anybody would like to come up, you could definitely come up. But like I said, I had mixed feelings about. I still have mixed feelings about that. Like I said, I don't know what their money situation is, but I think at this point it would be good if they could to wait and at least until the trial started. But we don't know when the trial is going to start. These people, it seems like to me, are making so many arrests. They're making so many arrests, and it's so much I think that is going on as it relates to this case. I just think when they finish their investigations, this is going to be one of the biggest takedowns of any organization that there ever was. In a, well, I'll say in a very long time in the state of Tennessee. That's exactly what I believe, and I believe that it's going to be like that because um Raven was right about it's election season. It is election season, and these politicians got to show out because they want to be reelected. So, I think I was saying before, the local agencies such as MPD and different agencies like that, the sheriff's office, they don't necessarily like partnering with the FBI to help them with their cases. They would always kind of clash because the FBI was always really secretive about what they did. They would go and investigate, and they wouldn't tell the officers until, even if they was working together, until after um they wouldn't tell anybody until after, it was over, right? They wouldn't. I'm sorry. I was looking at something. It kind of threw me off. A message somebody got me. They wouldn't necessarily tell the officers until you know they was finished, and so that would kind of piss them off. So they would clash all the time about who was leading the investigation. But the news even said the other day that the local agencies are working with their federal entities. Of course, I had told y'all that anyways, and that's probably why we see all of these arrests. And I think about like I think Memphis. I think with the Memphis police, they at one point had gotten so disgruntled. You guys, I think they had gotten so disgruntled that they really weren't doing anything, and it was organizations even in other states. People like organizations from other states able to just come in Memphis and just wreak havoc, set up organizations and stuff. So that's why I say I think when they finish, it's gonna be a lot to. It's gonna be one of the biggest takedowns that there ever was. That's just my opinion. They throwing this stuff away. Okay, you heard about Dolph cousin car got shot up in Chicago? No, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear anything about Dolph's cousin's car got shot up in Chicago. I have to say, people have been so focused on Chicago. Used to be in the news all the time, but people have been so focused on Memphis. They've been so focused on Memphis, you don't even hear anything about Chicago anymore. Make it make sense. I think that cookie shop will become a landmark. When people came to Memphis, they will want to see where Dolph was killed. Yeah, they will. Um, and a lot of people will go over there to that. I hate that they're taking it down. I do. I think that cookie shop will be coming. Okay, from people. The laws. Okay, the laws change in July. If the cookie shop open back up with these young boys' mentality, they're definitely going to shoot it up. Most of them would feel like it happened on the cookie shop's watch. That's what I was saying. Like you have to think about the mentality now. If they're going to open back up and they're going to do some remodeling, who knows? They may very well, um, they may very well get bulletproof windows. I would suggest that, like getting bulletproof windows. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Great. How about yourself?
Good, blessed. I like that topic you got up there.
Oh, thank you. So what do you think about that?
Here, you ever remember here in Denver, Colorado? Do you remember the the movie theater shooting where what was that dude name?
James Holmes.
The dude named the white. It was a white guy. His name was James Holmes, and he ran just what about 5 years ago.
What?
When he ran up in the theater.
No, that was 9.
9 years ago, here in
Mm-hmm.
Colorado, he ran up in the theater and he killed 12 people, and he injured with the AR-15 115 people.
Okay.
He killed 12 people, injured 115 people. Do you know they opened that theater back up within 2 years?
Oh,
Less than
wow.
two, less than less than 2 years, 3 years. It was back open.
Yeah.
Less than
It opened a year.
Matter of fact, my wife, she remember more about a lot of it than I do. It opened a year later.
Uh-huh.
Mind you, here in America,
Mm-hmm.
you can't stop their race. You can't kill their so-called faith that they got.
Right.
So yes, they should open that restaurant back up and keep
Mm-hmm.
it and keep it moving.
But I guess my main concern would have been my main concern is what about the safety? What do you think about the safety of that when you see like how mixed people are on the internet as far as you know, even though they don't really know, but still people
Okay.
have mixed feelings about what they think happened.
Okay, we all had mixed feelings here in Colorado. That was right across the Aurora Mall, where in Aurora, Colorado is a lot of black people. No one cared. I understand what you're saying, and it makes a lot of sense, but nobody cares about that. Life goes on.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that simple. And so what you just said just then is what I said after that dude ran up in that movie theater and killed 12 people and injured 100 and some people right across from the Aurora Mall here in Colorado. And then right a few businesses down, Chuck E. Cheese, the black brother ran up in there and killed a few people and injured some more people. And they opened Chuck E. Cheese right back up. Life goes on. We don't have time to be worried about those concerns that you spoke on because they will work themselves out. They will iron themselves out, but life has to go on. Money still got to be made. I still got to breathe. I'm still here. I hate that happened. I don't promote violence. I don't condone in violence. And my condolences to the people who lost loved ones and the people who suffer from this. But life goes on. We're going to open my shop back up. We're going to keep doing what we was doing before that happened. Because, you know, life goes on. And that's
Mm-hmm.
how they do it. That's the American way. That's the human way.
That's true. You know, like I said, I would say that it could be business as usual, but I'm here in Memphis and I know the mentality, especially in that area where that cookie shop is. Like I said, I just have a concern for safety.
Well, if that's the case, then they need to shut everything down in Memphis then. Because in America, in United States of America, life goes
Mhm.
on. Whether it's Memphis, I'm from Arkansas. I served time. I served
What
time.
part of Arkansas?
I'm from Hope, Arkansas, Nashville, Arkansas, right next door to Little Rock. I came to Colorado when I was 11 years old, and I'm 48 right now. And I've been back and forth, but Colorado is my second home. I served time in Arkansas, Tucker Unit, Commons Unit, Bricky's Unit. I got a 97073 number. That's my birthplace. That's where I was born. I served time with a lot of brothers from Memphis. That's when I come in contact in the education, the knowledge of Memphis, going to prison. I learned about Memphis through the brothers who was coming from Memphis to the prisons in Arkansas. I also have passed through Memphis and had like an hour layover or 2 hour layover. And I would walk downtown. I would take a walk. And, I learned, what was going on. I have family who gets on those casino boats y'all got there. I am not a stranger to Memphis. I'm
Right.
very familiar with Memphis through my people.
Right,
So I
right,
understand what you're saying, and you always speaking some good education. You always sharing some good points, and you on point. But I gotta say, life goes on in Memphis. Life goes on in Arkansas. Life goes on in the 50 states. Right here in Colorado is where I done really seen this. Where we got two places. Like I say, the movie theater and Chuck E. Cheese is right next door to each other. So
right.
I didn't. I remember when that dude did that. I served time here in Colorado. I've
Mm-hmm.
been in the prison system here in Colorado. I met the guy who did the Chuck E. Cheese thing, and life goes on to the point where that was my all of that was my den. This is my now. That was my famine. This is my harvest. So there be times where I forget about I served time with that guy, and all of a sudden my wife her sister will say, "Hey, I want to take the kids to Chuck E. Cheese." Me and her and my wife and her kids' dad, we would go to Chuck E. Cheese, and I'm not even realizing, hey, that dude Dulap, he killed some people in here. I'm in here where some people was killed, and this business establishment opened right back up. It didn't hit me till after I went to Chuck E. Cheese and left. And I realized, I said, whoa, I said, babe, to my wife, I said, babe, that's the place where the guy, she was like, yeah. I said, man, I done went up in this place. And then shortly after that, a few years later, the guy right around the corner from Chuck E. Cheese runs up in the movie theater, a big known movie theater. You
Mm-hmm.
know, we went through slavery. We black people, we've been through so much to work. We can't allow, Snoop Dogg got a gospel album out called Bible of Love. Some of the most beautiful gospel music on there. One
Right.
of them songs on there is a lot of his songs on there is very inspirational and motivational. And there's the one song on there where the dude say, "Can't nobody kill my faith. I'm gonna run this race."
Uh-huh.
You can't stop my faith. You can't. I'm gonna keep breathing. Life got to go on for me, and I
That's
still gotta say, I've been stabbed 8 times. I've been shot. You
that's
know,
let me read this.
go ahead.
Make it make sense says the guy they arrested was for shooting that 7-year-old in Memphis baby crash out. A well-known MTB gang member. He was arrested along with 3 other gang members by U.S. Marshals. The feds are in town. I truly believe that the feds are in town. I've been saying that, and I believe I know it. Um, I believe when they finish, you know, I I believe when they finish this, it's gonna be one of the biggest.
You know what we got to stop doing too? We got to stop being fixated on
Mhm.
one thing. We got to stop being tunnel vision. We got to stop being one track minded. We got to be open minded. I mean, because the Fed's been in Memphis, the Fed's been in Arkansas, the Fed's been in Colorado. When I do these motivational speakers working with these kids, I share with them how there's somebody listening to you and watching you. The thing is called RICO. There's many different reasons why the Feds is in Memphis, not just because of Dolph. The Feds is in Memphis because the Feds is dealing with a combination of different cases. And now this done happened to Dolph. Now they there watching that too. The Feds never get a chance to rest. Police never get a chance to rest. Detectives never get a chance to rest. CIA never get a chance to rest. Quintico, Virginia, when the feds and the police can't figure the cases out and what's going on, they send these cases to Quintico, Virginia. There's some special people who can think thoughts that we can't think. Them people never get a chance to rest. The feds is always in Memphis, always in Arkansas. They always, like I tell these kids, the youth who at risk, the feds is always watching and listening. Not just God, not just the devil.
Well, let me ask you this: what do you think about? Because, like I said, I don't believe in coincidences. What do you think about the young man that was taking care of that memorial that just got killed?
I haven't heard anything about it. Fill me in.
Yeah, the young man who was taking care of Dolph's memorial over there at the cookie shop. The memorabilia that you saw,
Mhm.
everything that was up where people was taking pictures. He took care of that. He started that, and a couple days ago, someone killed him.
Well, to me, anybody right now, I've watched your shows. You always killing it, and you talk about when one show I was in with you just recently, um, we talked about y'all. They got to know these slang words. Never, they always changing. The hitters, the spinners. Is that what they
Yeah,
call them?
they spin the block. Yeah.
Okay, well check this out. This is a war.
Yeah.
Ice-T told us when in that song Colors. This is a war, and not just Ice-T, but Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. So many leaders don't come. We at war. So the spinners never stop spinning. The hitters never stop hitting. The Crips and Bloods ain't gonna never die. That's like a disease. So to me, that brother, anybody that got some ties to, man, I'm gonna tell you something. Since I've been watching Memphis, and what brought me to Memphis was Young Dolph. To watch Memphis, what's going? Every time I turn around, not just Ukraine and the war with Ukraine and America, but Memphis is right up there. When you look at when you scroll down to YouTube, all I see is Ukraine and that right now. And Memphis, man, Memphis make me, what's going on in Memphis is making me sick to the stomach. Every time I turn around, somebody getting killed in Memphis.
Yeah,
Somebody
William,
dying in
that's
Memphis.
true. William
So my
Mason
thing,
said, I'm sorry, go ahead, hon. Go ahead.
my thing to this is to hurry up and answer your question so we can move on. Anybody that's tied to young Dolph, like that brother was at the memorial,
Yeah.
anybody that's tied to young Dolph and tied to the people that's spinning on young Dolph and the people that represent young Dolph that's spinning back, anybody tied to that, you gonna get hit. I done been in situations where I've seen situations where there was somebody with the people who was at war with the other people that didn't have nothing to do with it. But because the old saying, niggas you ride with, niggas you die with. So
But
he,
don't you think if somebody wanted to retaliate just about him taking care of Memorial, it's been a few months since Young Dolph was taken out. He's up there all the time by himself, don't you think? And
he wasn't,
he's
he,
always Facebook Live, and when he's up there, don't you think that they would have taken the opportunity to go do something sooner than now?
no, I don't think that. I don't think just because I don't think that. I think in vice versa. I believe, everything comes in the book of Ecclesiastes, the scriptures, the most high, he who sits up high and looks down low, he teaches us about a time. There's a time to smile. There's a time to refrain from smiling. There's a time for war. There's a time for peace. There's a time for love. There's a time to hate. There's a time to come get you. And there's a time to sit back and wait on the right time to come get you. So him leaving now or him leaving probably in the past, it don't matter. He's tied to young Dolph. This is a game of chess. Remember the game of Risk? Have you ever played that game Risk?
Mm-mm.
Have you? Okay, well, you know how the game of chess go. Life
I
is like
do.
a game. I never know when I'm gonna come for your queen. I never know. I had a friend who was incarcerated and a baby got killed in a situation and he was serving a life sentence for that. And, from what it was said back in the past, they all been locked up. So I could talk about this. I'm not incriminating myself or no one else. They've all been incarcerated from this. But there's cases where sometimes people can't get you. When they can't get you, they'll come and get your mama. They'll come and get a family member. And he's tied to young Dolph. If I was young Dolph's enemies and I was caught up in something like that, I would have came and got him too. I would have came and got anybody.
Although he was just out there, he was just a fan. And see,
It's,
I think that's when I talk about.
Go ahead.
Because this young man says he thinks it's going to be one of the biggest takedowns, one of the biggest since Craig Pettis. Do you remember Craig Pettis?
No,
Craig
but I know
Pettis.
I've never heard of that, but I know it's going to be bigger than Tupac and Biggie because there's too much spinning going on.
And here's the thing about that, because it sounds like you may have worked with the youth or some young men or whatever. At this point, with these young men seeing that laws are being changed to be more stringent, that they see that they're putting the death penalty on the table, I can't understand at this point why anybody would still be trying to put bags on somebody's heads, putting themselves out there in harm's way, or will be trying to retaliate or taking hits for anybody, because
I
at this point there it's going to be their life, and these people, as I was saying before, has it appears they've zoned in on their target, so anything that's going on is being seen.
Yeah, but we got to remember also who created the death penalty. Before I was born, there was no death penalty. The death penalty was issued out. Rest in peace, Emmett Till. They just come in your house, snatch you up, and kill you, or they hang you, or that was the death penalty. But when they came up with a new way to put the death penalty in a place to where it would be legal, and we no longer running up in your house. We I ain't gonna say that because that brother was jogging and they killed him for jogging in the neighborhood. That's the death penalty too. It comes in different shape, forms, and fashions. The death penalty do, but I think was it Clinton who created the death penalty or Reagan? One of them created the death penalty. But the death penalty, when it was created, I remember when it was created. I can't remember exactly which president that created it, but I do know this: despite the death, I thought when the death penalty was created, I was a kid, but I wasn't too young to understand. I was probably around 11, 12, maybe 10 or 9, could have been 8 too, somewhere between 8 and 12. But when the death penalty was created, and it made my heart beat as a child. And, I was learning about humanity, and how humanity of all races behave. I've always been a watchful, educated person who loved education since a
Mm-hmm.
child. And when the death penalty was created, as a kid, as a child, I used to say to myself and think to myself, why do humans kill each other? And how can you just, kill a person like that? Even
Mm-hmm.
though that person went and did what they done, you know, and the death penalty, I'm saying all of that to say this, the death penalty ain't never stopped nothing. Don't nobody care about that. More than half the human population.
Right, you're right. Not until they get caught. Diane Rice says Jeremy P. Ayer just posted that the cookie shop on Airways will be closing their doors for good. They will not be reopening. Were renting for they were renting the building, and the owner is having the memorial removed. Okay, so maybe the owner. Okay, so I thought that they was going to reopen that cookie shop. I do know that they have a cookie shop downtown. To me, that would have been the best thing to do, just because the downtown area is a more exclusive area. I believe they will get more business downtown, and for some reason, because of the money that is put into the downtown area, they tend to protect that more. You see what I
They
mean?
do. I
The
learned that when
business
I
on
used to.
Airways was in an extremely impoverished area, high crime area.
I learned that when I used to pass through Memphis, and I have those layovers. I would meet people and they would stop me and educate me and tell me about why. They brothers would say, "Hey man, whatever you do, don't do nothing crazy while you're here, or don't do nothing stupid, because these white people is crazy about downtown, and they really protect it." And that's the one
Mm-hmm.
thing I learned just on a layover, passing through Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
And my thing is this: if I was we hear and we keep hearing, did the cookie shop have something to do with it? We keep hearing that. I keep hearing that. If I was the cookie shop and I didn't have nothing to do with it, life would go on for me. If I knew I ain't got nothing to do with this, and this ain't got nothing to do with me no more than I just had a cookie shop trying to take care of my people. I got one downtown taking care of all of the other races, and I got one in my own community serving the black community. And I'm gonna keep I might keep my cookie shop right there where it's at, because this is where I'm from. I know I ain't have nothing to do with that. Like if I was here in Colorado, if I had a business and I was in a situation where a rapper came to my business in the neighborhood and got killed, life goes on. And I ain't
Mm-hmm.
got nothing to do with it. I ain't got no ties to that. Matter of fact, me and my wife just passed by 7-Eleven today where someone was stabbed and killed on Havana and Colfax. And my wife said, and I didn't know it, but my wife said, man, they just opened that 7-Eleven back up. I knew they was going to open that 7-Eleven back up, but the 7-Eleven was closed for 4 months or something like that. My wife,
Mm-hmm.
I said, what? I said, so that's why it was closed? I thought they shut the 7-Eleven down because they was finna relocate or they was finna do. I never knew it was behind someone being killed. But my wife,
Mhm.
she was watching the news and everything, so she knew something I didn't know. And they opened the 7-Eleven back up. So in young Dolph's in this situation, you would think after the investigation is over with and they've caught everybody and got on the move on the foot of closing the case, hey, we're gonna open it back up and keep moving. For I don't want to,
Yeah, but
because I
you have
never.
to think about though, with emotions as high as it is, even though Dolph just, it's been a few months since Dolph passed away, and I know what you're saying. It should be business as usual, but
Okay.
but people's emotions, especially he had an affiliation with those people in the area that he grew up in. So people are still at war, and emotions are still extremely high at
And
this.
I was
So it can't just be business as usual,
okay.
because if it could be business as usual, people would not still be dropping.
And you know what? I was gonna say what you just said. I was just about to say that too, because that's why I remember I told you earlier. Every time I scroll on YouTube, all I see is Ukraine and Russia, and the most homicides that I'm seeing is in um, Memphis and Houston. Memphis and Houston. Rest in peace to Snooty.
Mm-hmm.
He was killed in Houston. Every time I go on YouTube, the most first we always knew Chicago and California had a high rate of death, murder, kill. But right now it seems like California done probably cooled off. Chicago done cooled off because the feds is really on O Block and them brothers who O Block at war with. So Chicago done kind of like, at least I don't. Maybe somebody else hear things and see things I'm not seeing and hearing with Chicago. But right now, Memphis and Houston is two places I don't want to go. I don't want to visit, especially Memphis. And I can't even. Houston is crazy, and but
Right.
Memphis
And I
is
think what a
but
lot of people are
Memphis
going to
is
start to
crazier.
see, I think what a lot of people are going to start to see is that, um I think when they start, and just in my opinion, and just what I hear in the atmosphere, when they start taking down these organizations around this Memphis area, somehow it's gonna have like a domino effect in the Texas area somewhere. William Mason says Memphis needs. Clark says if anyone in here support Dolph and in Memphis tomorrow, come out and support the Long Live Dolph tour at 2703 South Perkins will be selling, what's that, fish, haircuts, funnel cakes, and a Dolph balloon release. And William Mason says Memphis need a 1 and 2 strike law, not a 3. People need to realize that crime isn't tolerated, or ankle monitors for 30 days type laws. The crimes are a reflection of the laws and leadership. And here's the thing, I feel like I think they're working on that now, only because it's election season and people are talking about, not electing the people that are in office now. So they're working hard. That's the reason why these stings and stuff going on. That's why
So
they go ahead. Go ahead.
So you right. And just I'm glad I got a chance to share with you today and hear you share back with us, because now that I think about it, due to the nature and the high volume of spending and retaliation, I wouldn't open that shop back up. I wouldn't do it. It's too sensitive right now. And
Mm.
Memphis right now, man, Memphis and not just Memphis. We don't want to just point the finger at Memphis because the whole world's screwed up. you know. But hip hop music, I mean, like I know black people have been surviving and eating off of this hip hop, rap, and music and stuff. But I'm not gonna lie to you, because of all my 48 years, I've never seen so many musicians die. I've never seen nothing like this. I was born, I was alive around the time when there wasn't no Tupacs, no Young Dolphs, no Cash Moneys, no Jay-Z's. I was around when it wasn't none of that, and nobody was dying. There was no gang members becoming rappers either. I was around when none of that existed. We still listening to Motown 25 music.
Mm-hmm.
I was around when none of this hip hop, gangster rap, there was no Ice Cubes, no NWAs, no East Coast, no West Coast beefs. None of this stuff existed. So y'all, I want y'all to listen to me. A brother told me I should start up a class on music because I'm a music person. I'm 48. I can talk like this. I'm almost half of 100. I can talk like this.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking from experience, I was around when this stuff didn't exist.
So what do you think the
I'm not
issue
gonna.
is?
I'm sick of it. I'm right because of all of the dying, the rappers killing each other, and everything that they doing. I'm sick of rap music now. I'm sick
Mm-hmm.
of it. I'm sick of it. It's killing our race. It's
It is.
destroying our people. It's affecting our culture. It's destroying our youth. I'm sick of it. They don't need to come up with some laws. They need to come up with something that can just put a freeze on this thing that's killing our people. You don't see them country music singers killing each other like that. You don't see a lot of musicians that's in the different levels of music murdering one another. Only hip hop, only rap. Them other people that's killing each other, they dying from something else. It ain't got nothing to do with a diss song. Some country singer dissed another country singer.
Mm-hmm.
Some gospel singer dissed another gospel singer. This is hip hop. This is rap music. And it breed gangsters. It breed killers. It's breeding thugs now.
They weaponized. They took something that African Americans was able to create, as I always say, because Black people created rap, right?
Come on now.
And they took something that we was able to create, and God
Come on
allowed
now.
us to be able to take a lot of men have gotten rich, been able to take care of their families,
Come
provide
on now.
a really good life for themselves, and
And,
they have taken it and weaponized it. First of
and
all, what they
yeah,
did was they took it and figured out a way, even though the Black young men are the ones that's talented, they figured out a way to make them slaves of a talent that they created. So they get the crumbs after everybody else who has no idea about rap, probably don't even like it. They're the ones that's making the money. When
and guess
actually
what else?
the black boys that started rap should have been getting 100%. But that's what I say about Black people allowing not learning the business part
Come on now.
and not sticking together. So
That's
now what
right.
they're doing is they're weaponizing it because they found a way. They're putting up all of these private prisons, and
That's right.
they need to fill these private prisons. So they work with these record companies to create this. What do they call it? This I forgot this rap. I forgot what they call it. This some kind of music they call it. And these boys have gone absolutely crazy because they feel like what they see on TV is real. They're trying to live out that, and they talk about, we can't claim, you can't claim this body. They talk about it like it's a GI Joe toy. You can't
Right.
claim this body. I got 6 or 7 bodies. They taking lives.
Right.
And so at this point, people are saying that I'm tired. Black women are usually the ones that are always in the forefront screaming, we don't want our sons to die, right? So what they did was they allowed things to get so out of hand where innocent people have been dropping to a lot of Black women have gotten quiet, and they're saying, well, now at this point, all we want is to be safe. We want our kids to be safe. We want to be safe. We want our families to be safe because everything is out of control. And so
And,
that's giving them the green light to go and make these slave laws to put the death penalty on the table every time these knuckleheads that don't think go out and do something. Okay,
right.
and you don't hear nobody trying to stop it because they
Right.
are tired of it, and this is exactly what they wanted.
Right. So when they killed young Dolph, they killed themselves. They didn't gain nothing. They didn't gain. And only thing we have gained as a Black race, only thing we're gaining from all of this Black on Black is a bad name for ourselves. They didn't get nothing from killing young Dolph. They didn't get nothing. I don't see where they gained anything. Even if they did gain some money off of it, even if they did gain some rights to some music or some type of whatever reason they was doing what they was doing to take him out, they still didn't get nothing. That's why God said, "Let vengeance be mine," because I can't get nothing killing you. You can't get nothing killing me. That's why God said, "Let vengeance be mine." But black people.
Miss Dale says this is definitely a death penalty case. They've been trying to kill Dolph, young Dolph, for years, and Straight Drop has Dolph's blood on his hands. God bless Memphis. And I have to say, they have been trying to kill the young man for years. That's why
Yeah.
I say, people, everybody has his or her own opinion, and I can appreciate that. Everybody got their opinion because people don't really know. Nobody really knows, and we don't know what the outcome is going to be. But just from being an investigator myself, I can say I feel with, because I don't, this is I have not worked this case. The Memphis Police Department and the feds are working this case. It's their case. But whoever it was, I feel, that tried to kill him before, it's not gonna be that far off from that. Probably
I
just
said, I said the same thing. The same people that tried to kill him before far as I'm concerned, is the same people that eventually killed him. And these people from these feds, these people finna apply so much pressure. Pressure. They applying pressure right now. They finna apply so much pressure to where whoever was trying to kill him in the beginning, like you said, that's finna come out too. It's a bunch of stuff finna come out of this.
Yeah,
The
it's a bunch
feds
of
done found out all kind of stuff. They was coming for this situation, but because it happened, it done sent them in a combination of different directions to open up new cases for other things that was going on. Look at the brother that got caught with all them cars. They trying to tie him. They trying to wonder. They wondering if some of them cars he got caught with is them the same thieves that stole the car that had to do with young Dolph.
This Dolph thing is so big. I'm hearing that them folks been all down in Texas. This thing is so big. So that's why when I say nobody is getting away, I don't believe anybody is gonna get away. And I don't think it's just for Shondell that they've been down there.
No,
So
I
that's
believe
why you have to be very, these people are constantly, because they feel like they've gotten away. No, and I know a lot of people want justice for Dolph, and that's why I tell people, we just have to sit back and let the wheels of justice spin, because we don't know what all these people got. That's why I say I truly believe when this is over, this is going to be one of the biggest takedowns that there ever was. And I hate that this situation, I hate that Dolph had to be taken out for this to happen, but it has been long overdue.
that's right. That's right. And when they catch a dope dealer, a drug dealer, and they catch the drug dealer, they trying to work their way up to the cartel. They trying to work their way to the top. So they done caught some small fish, but they trying to get them big fish who called this shot. This a hire for a hire.
Murder for hire.
Murder for hire is what this is murder for hire. This is what this is. I don't care what nobody say. Them little brothers, I do not believe that Straight Drop and Shondell Barnett is alone. I believe with all my heart that they was paid. And I believe that the person that paid it, he's so far at the top to where he was able to get that money through. The people who was dropping the money don't even know. There's people that's a part of this that they're trying to get. They don't even know who the person is that paid the hit. They just a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Then there are some of them that know who paid and where the money came from. See, because the money fell from high.
So what do you think about Soulja Boy? Do you think he's gonna be involved in the kind of way?
I would. What would make me think he's gonna be involved is because his name keep popping up, and plus he messy. He messy. He messy. I done did some research, study, and homework just watching his growth. He can be messy. He can be really messy. And we sitting here right now watching, me and my wife sitting here watching this show concerning the prison riot in Ohio that happened some years ago. And me and my wife was talking about how when they go to when the prisoners start the riot, they messy. They
Mm-hmm.
like bad. They like some dumb criminals. You got the smart criminal and then the dumb criminal. And the smart criminal ain't so smart because he became a criminal. And it's dumb
Mm-hmm.
to be a criminal, period. So these dudes, they wouldn't. They didn't start the riot to get out of the prison. They started the riot because they was mad and emotional.
Yeah.
So the other officers was watching them, and that's how they knew something was wrong. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying all of that to say this. Them dudes is messy in this show that we watching. Criminals on the street is messy. They tell on themselves. And then
Right.
they'll try to call somebody else a snitch, but you told on yourself. You
That's
got
true.
caught because of something that you done wrong. So
That's
you
true.
snitched on yourself. So you a rat because you got caught.
That's that's true. Diane Rice says, "What really get me is that all we are." She said, "What really get me is that all we are killing one another over nothing, but we always crying about Black Lives Matter. Matter. Other races stick together, but we continue to hate, and that is the issue with Black people.
May I
We spend
respond to
more
that?
money than
May I,
anybody.
may I respond to that?
Sure.
At age 48, almost half of 100, speaking from experience, Black people don't stick together. Black lives don't matter. White people don't stick together. White lives don't matter. Hispanics don't stick together. Hispanic lives don't matter. More than half the human population in every race don't stick together. So more than half the human population in every race don't matter. So I don't fake fantasy. I don't fake illusion. I love the whole human race. I love my people, but I don't trust the whole human race, and I don't trust my people. I've never talked like this before. I've never felt this before. Until the last 14 years of doing, I've researched and did study and homework on the white people. I've researched and did study and homework on the Hispanics and all of the different races. But like Tupac said, they telling me it's the white man I should fear, but it's my own kind doing all the killing here.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't trust my race. Black lives don't matter to Black people, and Black people don't stick together. Black people always talking about support Black businesses, but Black people don't support Black people like they supposed to.
That's
So I'm
true.
cautious. I'm cautious. I'm gonna be all right, and I'm antisocial in Black and white. I get that check. I understand now what crazy is. I understand what mental health is. Mental health is Black people not sticking together. Mental health is crazy is Black people not sticking together. I used to pray to God and ask God 14 years ago, Lord, what do mental health mean? What is the definition of mental health and crazy? God showed it to me. Walking in darkness is crazy in mental health. To be a gang member is crazy in mental health. Ain't nobody
Mm-hmm.
in their right mind gonna get out there and do what gang members do. That's mental health. That's crazy. Look at Crip Mac. Respect to Crip Mac. Crip Mac tell everybody that, hey, I've been battling with mental health for a long time. Why would a gang who's supposed to be smart and intelligent, why would a gang jump or quote a person battling with mental health? Why would they beat 10 of his own homeboys, beat him down? You don't got to beat the body up to get the mind to understand. We don't use these. We don't use weapons to get the mind to understand. They beat up a mental health person. But I'm documented Black and white.
Right.
I get that check. I ain't on no paroles. I ain't on no violations. And I stay away from my race. I stay away from my people. I haven't interacted with my race or my people. And probably now, I could say a good 8, 9 years now. And for a while, I was lonely. For a while, I was sad. I was confused. I didn't understand it. But I learned through this growth
Mhm.
that
Right.
solitude is not always bad for certain people, some people. So I don't trust my race. I stay
Mm-hmm.
away from them. family included. Because the
Right.
gang, the kid in the street, he left his family because he didn't have, there was no mother or no daddy, or there wasn't no aunties and uncles in the tribe. So he ran to the streets, the public, the people, and they raised him up. And he probably ended up in prison, and they raised him up. He ran,
Right.
and he went back to his family to see, because that didn't work out. Judas betrayed Jesus with a kiss, and Cain slain his own brother Abel, because Cain, he was lost, but without Judas, Jesus couldn't get to the cross. So this is why these topics exist. This is
Right.
why we're going through this. But I don't trust black people, and I just wanted to respond to what they just said. I don't trust white people. I don't trust no humans. I stay close to my wife and my kids.
Yeah, let me read this comment. Jeff Lee says hip hop has never been violent, and that's true. Jeff Lee, hip hop was never violent. They just started weaponizing it. And I'm gonna tell you the thing that makes me sad is you see other black people, they take money to be the face of luring other talented black men in that can rap, to be violent and to destroy their community. You would think that black men that came from nothing, that already got talent, would not take crumbs to promote destroying their community. They use black people to be the face of anything that they're trying to promote, because it is the black race that they want to destroy. Make It Make Sense says the firing squad was the death penalty back in the 1700s. That's true. That's
That's
right,
right.
Kimberly. It was called drill music. You're right. I couldn't think of it, but you're right. This drill music is what's destroying our community. Trap music. Jeff Lee said that's true. Genova Irvin, she said, Amen. Reggie Hubbard, they shouldn't open. He's talking about the cookie shop. Well, Reggie, I just heard someone say, somebody came on here and said that the cookie shop, it was on the news tonight that the cookie shop was not going to. Jeremy Pierre reported that they're not going to open that location back up, but just the other day they said the cookie shop was opening that location back up. So I don't know. William Mason says God ain't say that. Whoever wrote that book said that. Uh, D says D says he's right. Jeff Lee, they didn't do it. Diane Rice says it's so sad that their lives are over, and that's true. Their lives are over, and I hate that.
Right.
Genova Irvin, yes, sir, he is. Because if you think about it, and I got to be honest, you think about the charges and stuff that Straight Drop has had in the past. This is a young man that went and shot up a skating ring, shot people up as a teenager. This is a young man that has an aggravated rape charge,
Come
and
on.
he's only 23 years old. There,
That's
there,
right.
there is something wrong with that. There is something wrong with that. Anytime a man wants to rape a woman, especially a young man like that, anyways, it's something mentally wrong with that. You see what I mean? So
Right.
that's what a lot of people don't understand. Like, and there are some things I'm sure Straight Drop has done that we don't even know about yet. I think this is just the beginning. Like I said, I feel like when all of this stuff is over, y'all, it's gonna be so much more stuff that comes out that it don't make no sense. But I think it's just the beginning. You know,
I I was I when I was when I was dealing with mental health in the very beginning, not understanding it, I got off my butt. We taught as a black people to take it to God. Our mothers and fathers, our black mothers and fathers, our ancestors teaches us and taught us to pray. Um, we wasn't raised to go talk to a therapist, a psychiatrist. We was raised to go talk to grandma, grandpa, go talk to some uncles, some aunties. But when you don't have all of that in your family, like as for speaking for myself, it was hard to go and talk to a therapist. But I had to do it because I couldn't get no help from the gang members I was running with. I couldn't get no help from family. It's funny that when I went and talked, when these people came to me and introduced this Social Security disability stuff to me, I didn't want it. I was making more money selling drugs, hustling. I didn't want that disability. I got a good history of holding jobs. I got a good history of that. My last job was at the Nugget Stadium here in Colorado. And I just want to say this. And my last job was at the Nugget Stadium. But I got to a point where I needed some answers to my journey, to my path, to my testimony, to my life that I couldn't get from the people who I started with. So I finally got off my butt and went and talked to a doctor. I messed it up on the first day, and he kicked me out the office and said, "I'm gonna give you a second chance. You come back tomorrow, but your energy introduces itself before you speak."
So are you
Go ahead.
saying like the young men now need
Right,
mental, they need
right.
mental health?
Right. So I left. The doctor kicked me out. He said, "You come back tomorrow. We're gonna try this again." I apologized, said, "My bad. Let's just start." He said, "No, no, 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 no. You come back tomorrow. I'm gonna set your appointment for tomorrow." Like I say, your energy introduces itself before you speak. So when I came back the next day, came back with better energy. It's funny that I can't go to my people. They don't have a social security or a disability or a program. But when these people introduced it to me in prison, I got out. I went and got help. It was hard. This 14 years was hard, but I've learned a lot. I know what mental health is now. I know what crazy is now. I'm very talented. I can rap. I had people, I went through the same thing that the rappers go through, but I'm a visual person. You know,
Right.
um,
Let me. I'm gonna let you finish, but let me finish read because my comments getting behind. William Mason says if they can catch El Chapo, they can catch anyone. It's just going to take years. Jeff Lee says Dolph was shot from inside. Jeff Lee. A lot of people feel that Dolph was shot from inside. I don't think we're gonna know until the trial starts. I can't say that because we didn't see any shooters from inside. We have to wait until the trial starts to see exactly what happened. As far as I'm concerned, he was shot from the outside because all I saw was the shooters from the outside. So I can't make that analysis right now. Kobe Seymour says these people have already gotten away. Stop giving law enforcement credit. They are sound asleep. Okay. Uh, Drill rap. Um, Miss Rain says, so true, Diane Wright. Um, let's see, Genova Irvin, come on now. Let's see, Shirley says true. Speak facts. Let's see. Mary Bird says, let Miss T talk, please. You need to. Okay. Um,
William Mason said straight drop got mental health problems. Everybody with mental health problems aren't worth saving. You wrong. I saved myself. I saved myself. I'm 48. I saved me. So you wrong. But that's your opinion. But all opinions ain't facts, and that's just an opinion. I saved me. But back to what you could go, if you want to go ahead, go ahead. But I want to pick off where I left off with that. I don't want to get you behind. But he wrong. And that's another problem. We got people who done gave up on people that's mentally ill. Now that person don't even know what mental health is. That person don't even know what crazy is. That person don't understand it. And I'm gonna tell you something, Mr. William Mason, you got mental health people in your family. You done probably gave up on them. And that ain't right. That's wrong. You probably got an uncle or auntie or nieces or nephews or cousins dealing with mental health. So that means you done gave up on your family tree. You done gave up. See, that's what's sad. See, I didn't give up. I got off my butt and went and got help. I'm a very talented musician myself, but I'm a visual person too. I believe in he who sits up high and looks down low. You see, so I got off my butt and went and got help. That was 14 years ago. I found myself helping my doctors now. I'm helping other people now. They'll allow me to get on the stage and talk to the youth and to kids now and share my story, my testimony, my path.
Miss Dale, thank you for the $5 super sticker. I really appreciate that, Miss Dale. Michael Wood says that's the problem. Crime will always be high until the community start reporting their families. Michael Woods, you are so true about that. Because if you think about it, Michael Woods, I always talk about how in the Black community, how we've always tried to keep things a secret. We know Junebug and we know Lil Rufus are the ones out there robbing and raping and killing. And then we get mad at the police because we feel like the police aren't doing what they supposed to be doing. But you already know that your sons, a lot of these people know that their family members are the ones that's committing a lot of this crime, and they try and protect them. And also, I want to even go a little further and say, we're always hard on certain things, but even when I was for the police department, I couldn't understand how people always, they knew that they had a molester in their family.
Right. I've been
They would
telling people that.
they
Right.
never wanted to leave the kids around the molester. They would always whisper to each other, don't leave, don't leave these kids here, whatever. You knew that Ray was sick. You knew he was sick. You knew he felt on little girls. But people do everything that they can to try and cover for that person instead of getting that person, either taking them to the nut house or letting them go to jail. And
Well,
so a lot of this stuff that's going on in our community, we can change. If we open our mouths, if we do what we were supposed to do, a lot of this stuff that we don't even have to go through, we don't even have to suffer through. But a lot of people go, well, we don't talk, we don't want people to know we got a child molester in the family. Everybody already know what they're talking about. Been talking about it.
Right. And when Black people, one thing I've learned about Black people, and I don't know, and this probably got to be going on with other races. When you're in the process of breaking family generational curses, those that's not in that process of breaking them, they talk crazy about you. They talk crazy. Miss Shirley, you're right. I didn't save me. God saved me, but I'm saved. So you're right. But yeah, that. So in the midst of getting help, talking to these doctors and everything, you learn things that you were supposed to learn talking to your mother, your father, your family. But families like to keep family secrets. Family they don't want to talk about that child molester. They don't want to speak on that uncle was a child molester, or grandpa was a child molester.
That's true. For those of you all that are just coming into the room, please hit the like button. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. I would really appreciate that. If you have not liked the video, let me see how many likes we got on the video. Please like the video. If you haven't liked the video, that helps the video to circulate. We got 67 likes. We got 144 people in the room. Also, I just dropped the link. If anybody would like to come up here tonight, we was talking about, would it be a good idea for the cookie shop to reopen? But somebody dropped a comment, although I just saw on the news the other day, I believe it might have been yesterday, that the cookie shop was going to reopen. I thought I did anyways. I saw it on social media. Somebody dropped a comment tonight saying that Jeremy Pierre reported tonight that the cookie shop is closing for good on Airways. And I'm kind of happy about that, because I didn't think that it would have been safe for that cookie shop to reopen. And simply because I feel like people have a mixture of how they feel about what went on, even though a lot of people don't know. But a lot that is a high crime area. It is a high crime area, and people and they spend. I'm telling you, it is a very high crime area, and a lot of people have a mixture of feelings about what they think happened, even if they don't really know. And so I just thought that it would have been too risky for them to open that cookie shop back up and for it to be business as usual. That's truly how I felt. Michael Wood says, but the problem is also parents can't afford to send their children to jail. It costs the parents money. Many parents can't afford to get their children help. And that's true. I know at one point, I don't know if it still is now, but when parents called the police and wanted their children to be taken to juvenile because of I guess of disciplinary actions or whatever, they had to pay for their children, to be in jail. So I guess now they're going to juvenile. They take them for free because they just out there flat out committing crime.
Okay, I want to say this, and I want to get off of here so you can continue on and give some other people a chance to come on up.
Okay.
Michael Woods, but wait. Okay, no, Kobe Seymour, forgive me if I said your name wrong. Over 90% of African Americans in the USA has mental health issues. I want to respond to that, and I'm gonna get out of here. More than half the human population, especially my Black race, my people, is secretly mentally ill. More than half the human population of the Black people is not even documented. It's there, so it ain't the documented that I'm focusing on. It's the undocumented. People running around here mentally sick and won't go get no help. Seek mental health. Get some help for yourself. Knowledge, the beginning of all knowledge, wisdom, and understanding is knowing God and knowing yourself. Our race is a lost race. But you got a positive change. You gotta want it for yourself. You can have God and all of the angels and all of the support. But if you don't want it for yourself, then it don't do them no good. Don't do you no good. It start with you. You can't change somebody or help change somebody else until you help change yourself first. We're a messed up race. And William Mason said, how can you save a rapist? Everybody can't be saved. Everybody not going to be saved. You save yourself and try to help somebody else. You can't save everybody. You can't, all of the people who drink alcohol is not going to be saved. Whatever drug problem they have, some of them not going to be saved. But there are those who can, go to God. God will save you. And then but you got to want it. There is a higher power. This is bigger than us. And God bless everybody. And to my people, go get some help. I went and got some help.
Amen.
And I stayed away from the rap music because in me being a visual person, I seen all of this coming. So I backed up off the rap music. I went and got me a wife.
Amen.
To be a good husband and a father to my kids.
Amen.
God bless everybody. Amen. And I'm out of here. Thank you for
coming up.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Have a good night.
Yeah, see you next time.
Okay.
You too. Bye.
For those of you all that are just coming into the room, please hit the like button. Also, if you would like to subscribe to the channel, please subscribe to the channel, but definitely please hit the like button. We was talking about the cookie shop. I'm getting ready to see how many likes we got. Because y'all know me, I started getting into stuff. We got 77 likes. If we could get like at least 100 likes, we got 140 people in the room. Hank Milliken says, as soon as he's saying as soon as the cookie shop opens, it will close. But somebody dropped in the comments tonight that they will not be reopening the cookie shop. Make it make sense that Straight Drop also is a person of interest in his baby mama's boyfriend being missing for the last 5 years. Yeah, I really think that they should look at that, and I think that they should look at that young lady too, because allegedly, if Straight Drop had anything to do with that man going missing, that means that girl would have had to set him up. That means she should be a person of interest also, okay? Straight Drop probably couldn't, if she was living with him, because from what I'm hearing or what I heard, I had not even looked into it. I was just kind of listening to some stuff on social media. If she was living over there with the guy that went missing, that means in order for Straight Drop to have gotten that guy, she would have had to set him up in some kind of way, allegedly. So that means she should be a person of interest also. Miss Rain said, get them likes up. Yes, y'all, please get the likes up. Facts. Trick of the devil. Miss Shirley Washington said, GB901 here says, why is the jail solution when no one knows what one has been through? My cousins had and still have mental health issues, but not on the same level as others. Yeah. Make it make sense. The problem is it's not rappers becoming gangsters, it's gangsters becoming rappers. That's true. That's true. Hank Milligan, I'm all the way with you. Okay, Miss D, I'm all the way with you on that. God or ER, everything, but it starts, within first. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I think I told y'all that I worked for the police department, right? And I'm gonna tell you something. As in our communities, we definitely have to stop covering, and we got to start doing better. And I always say, as Black women, we're the models of the house right? The men are supposed to be the head, but the woman always set the tone. And even with there being a lot of single mothers raising their children, it's still up to us to be extremely protective of our children. And I thought about, even when I worked for the sheriff's office over there in the jail, when I went and worked for the sheriff's office when I left MPD, I saw how a lot of women would take men straight out of jail that had been in jail for I don't know how many years. And there was this, I'll never forget, there was this one case, and but this happened when I was working with MPD. There was this one case where this young lady, and she was in her early 20s, had taken in a man, right? She didn't really even know anything about him. She had a baby that was 6 months old. The baby was 6 months old. And I'll never forget. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Great. How about yourself?
Oh man, I'm just cooling. I'm just cooling.
Okay. You got something you want to say?
Yeah, you talking about the Dolph case, right?
Yeah.
And should Makedas open up?
Yeah.
Uh well, I feel like with all the controversy that already surround them, you know what I'm saying, as far as Makedas goes, uh I don't think they should open it back up. It's gonna be too dangerous for them. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like people already done formed their own opinions about what they think their involvement was, if they did it, if they didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that it may not be the smartest thing to do.
Yeah, because that's the area that Dolph, that was the area he grew up in. Them people, he knew a lot of those people in that area. And that's what I was saying. I think a lot of those people are still have a mixture of feelings, even if they don't really know what happened, they still got mixed feelings about what happened and
Yeah,
a certain way.
yeah, and theories about what happened. You know, for a long time they was trying to put the cookie people in the mix with it. So you know what I'm saying. That's why I'd be like, yeah, you may just want to go on ahead and relocate to the new spot they got. You know, they got another spot too. I don't know if you know this either, but like in next week they're supposed to take down Dolph's memorial over there in front of Makedas.
Yeah, why do you think the man said the now are you in Memphis?
Now I'm in Texas,
Okay.
but I covered. Hold on. before it before oh man. Okay. I covered Dolph case when it first happened. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? And yeah, so I know a lot of stuff too though. I got a channel as well, just like you. You know, I wasn't gonna get up here and do none of that, you know what I'm saying? But I'm from Texas. They actually called me Mahel, you know, because that's where I stay. But I
Okay.
also follow the Dolph case close too as well. Talk about it a little bit on my channel as well. Not as much as you, but I have been checking out your channel before I even called up here.
Okay.
You just popped up on my feed one day, so I've been checking you out, and I also was tuned in today, and I heard you on the Makeda's topic. So I was like, man, she got the panel open. Let me call in and holler at her and give her, you know what I'm saying, a little bit of news that she may can use, you know.
Okay.
But yeah, like the owner, the owner of that little plaza they be in, he also own a wash interior that's like right next to Makeda's, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like he been hating ever since it first started. You know what I'm saying? Like he been hating on the whole situation since it first started. He don't really want the memorial there or none of that. He hate that it's even associated with any other things that he's in control of. You know, so he been ready to not even have those kind of eyes on it, even though it bring a lot of attention to that little plaza with what happened. You know, it'll be a good business deal at the same time, but he don't like it. You know what I'm saying? To make a long story short, he don't like it. He been hating on it ever since it first began. And yeah, I think he just trying to go ahead and get it out the way. He said scare customers off.
Yeah. So okay, because I think you answered that when you first came up. You said that you think it would be a little dangerous at this point if they reopen. Now, I think in the future, like after this Dolph's case is over, like after the trials are over, it
Mm-hmm.
might it might be safe for them to open. I don't know because at that point, everybody would have had the opportunity to see. I can't count their pockets or their money. You see what I mean? But at I just know that that is a high crime area, and they do get down around there. So, and that's an area that
Yeah,
Dolph grew up in. So people still have a mixture of feelings, and you never know how a person is gonna feel. You see what I mean? One day.
exactly. You're exactly right.
So
You're
that's all I
exactly
was
right.
saying because I wouldn't want. I'm not trying to stop anybody from making their money. I guess I was just more concerned about the safety of it, and I know how it is in Memphis. Lord knows I do.
Have you been in Memphis? You done lived there a little bit or
Yeah,
something?
I've always lived in Memphis. Hmm.
Okay, that's what's up. Oh, I mean, like you in Memphis now.
Right.
Okay, that's what's well then that's what's up. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Uh I've been noticing that Raven, as far as the cookie shop Raven, she's been doing a lot of dealings in Dallas here lately. You may don't be surprised if you see a Makedas pop up in Texas and Dallas. Cause she been spending a
Oh,
lot of time down there. Yeah.
I had seen, I had heard that, they was trying to open up or she was trying to open up a Makedas in Dallas. I know her sister opened up a Butterific. I've been in that shop.
I
The,
heard
bu-
about
the
that one.
Yeah, the butter cookies are. I have to admit, the butter cookies are good. They kind of taste like the cookies that I used to, from elementary school.
Yeah, and you know what? I seen an interview of Maurice, and he was talking about that. You know what I'm saying, about bringing the school cookies to the real world. Basically, you can get those cookies that you used to eat in school from their shop. Those were his exact words. So when you say that, yeah, that bring it home, because there was a lot of people that was over there with me. I got this one dude from Memphis. He said, "No, nobody never go to the cookie shop though. Like before this happened to Dolph, like that wasn't a spot that people in Memphis frequented."
Oh.
He said he arrived by there, it'd be nobody up there. You know what I'm saying? But and he in Memphis too. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, like I say, I'm in Texas. I'm just telling you what he told me. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? He was like, so if you in Memphis, you know what I'm saying? Do you know different? Was Makeda's always a spot where people frequented, or was it always when you went through there, it was nobody there?
Hmm. Now let me ask you this: being from Texas, and I see a lot of the young men down, a lot of the bloggers in Texas has been all over the Dolph's case or whatever, and they kind of
Mm-hmm.
have a lot of the people in Texas, especially Dallas, got a real big connection with the Memphians. But what do you think that they have the right people that are incarcerated in Dolph's case?
All right, so from what I know and what I've seen through my little travels through what went on, it's like a whole bunch. I would say they do, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? And if they don't at this time, they working to get everybody in there. I think that's why they arresting so many of them. You know, you got JoJo Splat, CEO Bobby,
Mm-hmm.
Cornelius Smith, you know, the Barnett dude. You got so many of them that's getting locked up, that and they threatening them with them football numbers and the death penalty and that right there. You don't think it'll be long before somebody start talking? Somebody ain't trying to die. Somebody
Yeah.
ain't trying to spend forever off in there. You know what I'm saying? So I think they locking everybody up to get different statements from different people and then start seeing what add up and what don't
And they definitely put the death penalty on the table
on the table.
for a reason.
Yeah, it's to let them know. You know what I'm saying? Hey man, you can either tell us what we want to know, or you stand the chance of
Or
dying
you
in
gonna
here. You know
die.
what I'm saying? Yeah, real talk. Whichever one you want to do, you know what I'm saying, is fine with us. But one way or the other, we gonna get to the bottom. I think that's what the Memphis PD saying.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on too. So, what do you think though? With you being look like you might, if that's your picture, you might be
Yeah,
an
that's me.
If you might be an African American man. What
Oh
what do you
yeah, I am 100%. You know what I'm saying?
what do you what do you think is going to take the turn this crime around? Do you think that this rap is what's causing so much confusion in our community?
You know what, and I do music as well, you know what I'm saying, and I can most definitely tell you that music influences a lot of things. You got to see, like right now they say we living in the kill culture, right? So when you listen to the radio, what kind of songs you hear on there? What are the most popular songs? You know what I'm saying? You got Pooh Shiesty and Lil Durk. Lil Durk is from Chirac. You know what I'm saying? They make drill music. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. You got killing all in the music, and then like you got parents, you know, we gotta go to work. We gotta furnish for the kids. So when you at work, unless you got a schedule that allows you to work while your kids are at school, when you're not at home, who's raising your kids?
They're raising themselves.
You hear me? You know what I'm saying? They playing Fortnite, you know what I'm saying? That's shooting. They playing Call of Duty, that's shooting. You know what I'm saying? They watching music videos, what they talking about? Shooting. You know what I'm saying? Everything is like we gotta take more hands-on approach with our kids, you know what I'm saying, than letting GTA and than letting the internet raise them. How about that? You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
Social media, the video games, the music. You know what I'm saying? When we was coming up, you had a diversity. Well, when I was coming up, I ain't gonna say we, because I can't speak on your age, but when I was coming up, we had a diversity of music. You know what I'm saying? My
Right.
mom and daddy listening to the blues, so you get some blues off into you. Might gotta ain't even know something about some Zydeco. I don't know if you know about that, but I'm just saying, so you get some of that in you, and you just get all different kinds of music off in you. But these days, they not getting that. They getting, you know what I'm saying, Lil Durk, King Von. You know what I'm saying? Them Chirac people who preaching murder in their music. You know what I'm saying? That's what they feel like it is. You know what I'm saying? So that's my opinion on that. The
Okay.
music most definitely influenced the children. You know what I'm saying? That's why you gotta have talks with your kids.
That's true. And your children, I always say the children should not be looking up to anybody outside of the household that is not paying a bill for them. They really should be looking up to their parents, and the parents should be setting examples.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. They ain't coming up. They're not coming up with 70-year-old grannies no more. You know what I'm saying? Granny be like 50, 45.
29,
You know
29.
what I'm saying? Yeah, daughter 17, mama 32, you know what I'm saying? 28. They go in the club together and everything. It's a different
Hmm.
world we living in than the one I grew up in. That's for sure right there.
That is for sure. Well, Mr. What's your name, Mr. N? What is it?
Hey, I got it on my screen thing. It's Mr. In this bed. Cause that's what I be saying when I come on my show. You know what I'm saying? You know, you can't on my show I don't do a lot of cussing, so you know you can't say the real word, so I just say big. But yeah, it's Mahia, you know what I'm saying? Or Den, whichever one is easier for you. You know what I'm saying? I'm subscribed to your page. I subscribed a while back. Maybe I can get a follow back and you come check me out. You know what I'm saying?
I'll definitely do that. And thank you for coming on. I'm gonna make sure I go follow you.
Already. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Already.
All right. Hello there, Jeff Lee. How you doing? Hello?
Hey, hey, how you doing?
Great. How about yourself? You got
I'm
something you
doing
want to
pretty
say?
good. Yeah, whole lot, man. Y'all, look, I'm so glad I found this channel. I just subscribed to it too,
Well,
and
praise the
you're like,
Lord. Thank you.
no doubt, man. I don't even know where to begin. First of all, uh, let me tell you, I'm in Memphis too.
Okay.
Okay, and I plan on going back to Jacksonville, my hometown, Jacksonville, Florida, at the end of July. I've been here since 1997 on
Mm-hmm.
loan. So I think it's time for me to head on back to the crib. Uh, First, to answer the question about is Makedas coming up are going to reopen? Because I saw that on the internet too. I don't really watch TV a lot. I watch the internet. But I did see a story where they said that they were going to reopen and the owner was going to tear the memorial down. And like the other caller just said, you know, that owner was not really happy about any of that. Uh, but I do agree with him, you know, and with you that if they reopen in that location, it's going to be trouble. I think, you know,
Mm-hmm.
I've already predicted long ago that either it'll be shot up or burnt down. So, I mean, I'm just keeping it real
And so why do you think it would be dangerous, in your opinion? Why do you think it would be dangerous for them to open back up?
because a lot of people love Dolph. They love the music. They love what he did for the community, and they just don't feel like Makedas are being straight. And I can understand why, because like I heard one interview on the internet where the mom took the order at the store, and then I also heard that Maurice took the order. Uh, it's crazy. It's a lot of stuff going on. And when Raven was basically talking, she wasn't even there, but she has all the answers. And I'm like, wait a minute, something fishy.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of looked at this as like what happened with MLK. And if you in Memphis, you already know the Civil Rights Museum, they are not, how do I put it? They're not truthful with
Mm-hmm.
the setup across the street with where they said the governor was. What was his name? James R. Ray.
Right.
Well, here's the deal: the King family sued the city of Memphis, the Memphis Police Department, the Dixie Mafia, and it was another group they sued the FBI, and they won. That there was a conspiracy to kill MLK, and I mean, it's just so much that I've researched on that I'll be like, okay, so MLK did not die at the Lorraine Motel; he died at the hospital.
So you
Because
think there was a conspiracy? Are you saying you feel like there was some type of conspiracy with Dolph?
yes, of course,
Okay, so you don't think the people that they have in custody actually did some
not
actually
at
take him
all,
out?
not at
So
all.
why do you think they would want to kill Dolph?
Well, to make the long story short, uh, the Green New Deal, and the Green New Deal is something that the mayor is like wanting to happen with bringing cruise ships down the Mississippi River. But the thing is, I believe they got Dolph out of the way because some of the properties he's owning or owned actually are in the area. So
Well, now his properties, his children are heirs to everything that he has. So,
hold on. See, and that's why I know that this setup at Makedas happened because if the feds they've been in town, they've been following Dolph ever since him and Yo Gotti got into it years ago. Okay, so they actually set up a sting. That was a drug dealing sting going down. Okay, but Dolph was just there to get his money that he loaned to Makedas. Okay, so what the government was trying to do was set up a storyline and a narrative that Dolph was still a drug dealer and all his properties were gotten by drug money. And if they could do that, then the courts will release, they'll seize that property and give it over to the state.
mm-hmm.
So it's just there's a lot of stuff going on, man. Half of the guys that are in jail, like Straight Drop and Shondell, those guys are informants.
Okay, you think that they're informants? Well, who's
Absolutely. Look. If Straight Drop shot up a bowling alley, right? How do
mm-hmm.
you get out? How do you get out of prison in such little time? I mean, people got injured.
Right. Well, that could be
So,
possible.
so how do you get out? Okay, so when Shondell and Straight Drop got caught up in Indiana, which was near Terre Haute in Brazil, Terre Haute is federal prison. It's also where they can turn themselves in and say, "Hey, I did this. Look out for it." So Memphis police told Indiana police, "Let Shandell go," okay, because he
Mm-hmm.
was the informant. Then they turn around and put a warrant out for his arrest, but it's an open warrant.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at it like, this is too much. There was an
Well,
inside.
it's a open warrant only means that the case is open.
Yeah, it's just too much going on. But there was an inside police detective uh, inside Makedas. There was one outside Makedas. When the call went out on dispatch, the call said that there was a white Mustang. That's right
Mhm.
over those pictures that
Well,
MPD
let
released.
me ask you this: how do you know that?
Well, I've been watching a lot of other channels, and
Okay.
look, when something is not right or somebody is trying to spin the narrative, see, I just look at what really is. Like when I look
Mhm.
at those pictures have been doctored. Okay. And even if they was somebody shooting from the outside, that Draco would have had either some smoke or fire or something coming from it, right?
Mhm.
And if you look at that picture, they were pointing down, but they were also floating. The shadows don't match up. The car, the Mercedes Benz, has double windows on the back. It's like somebody tried to cut and paste over it. And like I said, when the call went out over the dispatch, over the idea of the call,
Right.
They said they are a white Mustang.
Well, let me just say this. I know that there have been people have been saying that they feel like the government killed Dolph or whatever. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. And I have heard the stories about people said that there was this lady named Brandy Cole or Young or whatever her name um, that worked for the police department. But then they said she worked for the tactical unit. There is no Brandy Young that works for the tactical unit. And then the tactical unit, and I know this for a fact, the tactical unit would never set up a drug sting because they have a unit that does that, that does not fall up under the tactical unit. The tactical unit deals only with hostage situations and homeland security and things of that nature. So whoever said that was telling a lie.
Mm.
As far as Dolph's properties and things of that nature, I saw an interview that Dolph gave himself. He said that when he passed away, his children would be set up. Now, people want to know what name his properties and stuff was in. If you look at most of the celebrities, they get limited liabilities in their names, and they put their companies. They go and get different properties and things of that nature because they don't want all of that stuff in their name and put it in another company's and get a company, a limited liability, and put all of that stuff up under there. Dolph said
Mm.
himself every year for his children's birthday, he bought them properties also. And I'm sure he had gotten them a company in a name of some sort. So everything, especially in Tennessee, your children are automatically your heirs. So I just don't believe all of that other stuff. Like I said, I just believe in simplicity. Whomever those people were, and we don't know who they were because he didn't tell, that tried to kill him before, it's not going to be there far from that. I just don't believe in all that other stuff.
Well, when he went to Carolina, and that's what inspired the song "100 Shots." His van was shot up 100 times, and then when he went to California, I think Joe Gotti's group was in the same hotel, and Black Youngster was charged, but they had to drop it because they didn't have enough evidence. So my thing is, you might be right, you could be right, but
Mm-hmm.
I just think that this it's just too many moving pieces. For example, Marie said, "Man, I just pull up." Okay, how you just pull up with the phone in your hand, the cell phone that belong, or the cordless phone that belongs in the shop, but you just pull up?
Mm-hmm.
I don't get that. It's just so confusing. So many different versions of what happened, what really happened. That I just think that the people who can really spin the narrative is MPD, and if they spend it like they were going to spend it, we'll never know the truth.
Right. I think because a lot of people may have a dish, either I think one or two things are going on as it relates to the narratives being spinned. That's the reason why I try to stay consistent
Hmm.
on what I say.
Right.
You know, either one or two things are going on. People just don't, they have a distrust for the police for whatever reasons, because their own experiences, or people
Hmm.
are spinning the narrative because, you know, sometimes it you can make, it's what's the word that I'm looking for?
It makes a better story.
It makes a better story. You know what I
The
mean?
lady.
Sometimes that's how it is. But what I try to do is I try to stick to kind of what I know, and and I could be wrong, but it's just my opinion.
Right.
I just
And
don't
same
think
here. It's just
I
my
just
opinion.
don't think I just don't think if that would mean that whom that was the government that tried to take him out the couple times before. You
Right.
know what I mean? I just don't see that whoever those people were tried to take him out before, and then all of a sudden the government take him out for the people.
But now
I just
knowing what I know now, I just want to sit back and see how it all plays out.
mm-hmm,
That's really what I want to do. And I also wanted to call you about that last conversation you just had with that brother about the music. Uh, I've been to radio 37 years,
mm-hmm.
and let me say, if you put today's music against the 60s, 70s, the 80s music, it gets to the same point, but it's also done in a different way. For example, Marvin Gaye, sexual healing. He sang about the bush. He sang about sexual healing, right?
Right.
He sang around it that you knew exactly what he was talking about.
Right.
But R. Kelly sang in the bush. He just took it off all the stops and said,
Now
"Look,
R. Kelly sang in the closet, not in the bush, in the closet.
that too, that too." But I mean, and like me being from Florida and me being close to Luke, all that stuff he was saying on record was said on record in the 1930s. But people they don't know that. They don't know the musical history. See,
Mm-hmm.
so when I became a disc jockey, I didn't want to just be a disc jockey. I became a music director and a program director. I successfully ran two different stations. Uh, man, my musical career is nothing like me. I don't even watch TV except for football season and sometimes the news. It's all about music for me.
Right.
And yes, the music can control a certain narrative to where, like for example, one day I used to live out off of Houston Levee, and the radio station was over there on Thousand Oaks when I worked at K97 and WDA. So I was putting this CD in and say, "Oh man, my God, I came out with a new
You
CD,
said you
DMX."
worked at K. You said you worked at K97.
Yeah, back in the day.
Your name
Yeah.
is not Art Gilliam, is it?
No, my name is Jeff Lee.
I think I can remember you.
I think you probably don't. It's been a
Yeah,
long time ago.
I remember you were a radio personality.
Well, thank you.
I remember
So
you now, Jeff Lee. I sure do.
in your area, take good care of you. So I was listening to DMX because he had just had a new CD coming out, and God knows I don't speed ever. But I
Mm-hmm.
was on 40 coming into town, and when I got to 240, I looked at my thing. I was doing 80 miles an hour. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. I've
Mm-hmm.
been taking this CD out. So DMX had that kind of influence on me just from listening to his CD. Hey, it made me want to go faster.
Right.
So I know if it's impressionable on me still, as long as I've been in the business, in the industry,
Right.
surely it affects young people. Just like you know, uh, young Dolph was the last celebrity I actually met before I got sick. And that's what's really been intriguing me about this case.
Right.
Because I just want to find out, what really happened. We
Right.
really need to know. And all these different versions coming out, and I mean, it's just so much craziness going on. But I really truly do think that if the government say, okay, Straight Drop did it and Cornelius Smith, they're gonna stick to that narrative. And they're gonna try to make it stick. They got to have some real good lawyers in order for that not to stick. But I just don't know. It's like a roll of the dice. You can just roll the dice and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but I knew it was really, really big. I had one of my brothers call me from Savannah, Georgia. It's like, man, what y'all doing in Memphis? And I really couldn't talk because there was echo on my phone. So I was like, I'll hit you up on Facebook. But I'm
Wow.
telling you, man, it's
Well,
like,
in Memphis, and all the Memphians, we are definitely still, like I said, everybody has their own analogy or opinion of
yeah,
what has happened, but only time will tell what has happened. Like I said, what we
exactly.
have to do is kind of just let the wheels of justice spin. But for me, I kind of don't get into the conspiracy stuff. It's more simple to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's that.
Well,
But
I'm
I
gonna get
sure.
off here on here and let somebody else, talk. And like I said, I subscribed and I already liked it, and I will see you again.
Well, thank you, love. Thank you so much for coming up.
All right. Good
All
night.
right. Hey, Miss D. You muted. You muted.
What's going on, my girl? What's going on?
Oh, nothing much. Just sitting up here talking about the Makedas cookie shop. I'm getting two different versions because earlier somebody said that Jeremy Pierre came on tonight and said that the Makedas cookie shop has decided that they was not going to open anymore. But you know, I thought I heard either yesterday or the day before that they was, and then later on tonight, somebody dropped in the comments that supposedly Raven said that they were going to open back up. So I'm getting conflicting stories, but I thought that was the reason why they was taking the. I know the young man, well, the man that owns the building said he claims that he was losing money, but I'm gonna tell you, I know that area like the back of my hand, and I know that community, everybody in that community uses that washer and dryer area, place. They walk up there to wash their clothes and stuff. So, and it's the only one there because there used to be a washer and dryer on down from there, and they ended up closing up. So that is the only washer and dryer in that area. So that whole community uses that. So I don't know how he losing money. He making all the money, I would think, because he's the only one that's there. But I think he just wanted that memorial stuff down. He claims that people didn't like coming to the washer and dryer they didn't because they didn't like looking at Dolph's memorial. I don't know if I believe that.
Hold on, there go my little boy.
Okay. Tony Bean says them people guilty of setting up Dolph. It was a white Mustang at Valero gas station. Too many lies. Okay. The real Virgo Queen said that part and talked to the police and supposedly was telling Dolph to hold on. I do remember somebody. I do remember somebody on TV said that, that I think Maurice was supposed to holding Dolph, and he was saying hold on, but he wasn't able to stay or hold on or whatever. Glennis says, look at all those missing people and all those unsolved murders. Memphis police written all over them. Okay, so you think Memphis police is the reason the people going missing? Rashad says, I'm trying to join the live. Okay, I dropped the link, Rashad. You can come up. And I want to say before you come up, Rashad, no cussing. No cussing. The real Virgo Queen, Nipsey is one. Okay. Glennis says the man on the panel knows what he's talking about. Okay. Jamel Swain says, hell yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember Jeff Lee. I do. Miss Ryan. Yeah, Miss D is here. Miss D is here. Glennis says, but what do you know? What do you know? No, what do you know? I don't know. Okay. Daniel says Bay Area checking in. Hello, Daniel. For those of you all that are just coming in, please like the video. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. I would really appreciate that. Let me see how many likes we got, because I wanted to get up to at least 100. We was at 93. We are at 96. So if you have not liked the video, please like the video. Make it make sense says laugh out loud. Dude got all the conspiracies covered. William Mason, this brother on what he say on RN cool. Miss Wright said Miss D. Hey Miss D. The real Virgo Queen says believe some of what you see and none of what you hear. Kobe Seymour, African Americans has been incarcerated at a higher percentage rate since there has been more African American prosecutors and judges. As I was saying before, and I know a lot of people probably get pissed off. Like I said, a lot of people they get us emotional as Black people. And I'm proud of anybody that does anything, especially another African American woman. Because I might be a lot of things, but one thing that I've never been is jealous, because I've always, I've never been a jealous type. But I think about Kamala, right? And people say, do your research. I always do my research. I be talking to people on the phone and be running their histories and stuff. So I research everything, okay? And so with Kamala, what Black people didn't understand is that with Kamala Harris, they got us so emotional with her. And I'm going to get back into Dolph because he was talking about prosecutors, that she built her career off of prosecuting poor Black people and overcharging over poor Black people that she knew could not afford attorneys to defend themselves because she knew that a public defender was not going to represent them right, and therefore she would get a conviction. And that is how she built her career. And she supposedly is another black woman. She never wanted to identify with being black. That's why black people, we just be wanting to take anybody in to our culture, which is cool. But the lady always said, my dad is Jamaican. She couldn't pass for nothing else but black. You look at her hair, she ain't nothing but a sister. But she couldn't even say my dad is a black man. She would say he's Jamaican. She never identified with us. And then she screwed over the black culture. And then we voted for Biden, who screwed over the black men because he helped to create that 3 strikes law. And now he in there screwing up some more. But we voted for him because of a black lady who never identified with black people. He went and got her, and that's how they play the black race. But see, when I started talking, because I do research, and that's all I do, because I get paid to research and investigate. That's all I do, because I know how to do it. I know what these people do. Michael Wood says Raven says tonight on channel 13. Okay. Glennon says those 2 are innocent. Okay. Well, we'll see. If they're innocent, then they'll be found not guilty, right? Glennon says sad situation, period. I'll be glad when this is over. Okay. Jamel Swain says you got it. Make it make sense. The bloggers are spinning the narrative for views, clicks, and likes. Kimberly says, thank you all for the 101 likes. Let's increase those numbers. If you haven't liked the video, please do so. Thank you, Kimberly. It's 163 people in here. Can we get 163 likes? I would really appreciate that so much. Thank you, Kim. I was trying to find a way to make you a moderator, but y'all know I don't know how yet. I have to look at it when I get off of here. Glennis says yesterday it was said, but I don't know what that is. That's Dolph Memorial would go someplace where people can go visit. Okay. Jamel says she from Bmore, right? Who's from Baltimore? Michael Woods, facts. I don't trust no public defender. I always tell people, if you got a case, especially if it's a serious case where you're really fighting for your life, I wouldn't recommend a public defender. Glennis says, I believe it's more cases in Memphis that need to be solved. I love your show, Queen. Thank you, love. And that's what I started out doing. I always did cold case shows. I always did injustice shows, right? That's what I started out doing. If y'all look at my channel, I started doing it years ago, and I was doing them on a day-to-day basis because I do have a TV show on Comcast in the Mid-South area that airs in Mississippi, Tennessee, and Arkansas, and we just expanded to a couple other states, right? And so I was doing them every day, and I was doing so many cases that it kind of drained me, especially missing persons. I do believe in dealing in stuff in the spiritual realm, and when you deal with missing persons cases, most of the time these people are already passed on. Their families don't want to believe it, but they have passed on. And that's what we do. You know, I have a team of investigators that work with me with this nonprofit. Also, when we do pro bono work for families, because we are licensed investigators that will work with me to help with some of these cases. And I had to take about a year and a half off because I had got completely drained from constantly just doing that. But I've started back doing it now, though, because you talk about I do investigative work because that's my profession, and then doing a little bit of pro bono work for families or just airing it on my TV show. That was very draining, but I felt like I had to do it because you talk about black kids black people don't get the coverage in the media that a Natalie Hollowell did. She went missing over in Aruba, and America couldn't stop talking about her case and keeping her case out there until it was solved. But then you have all those young ladies that was down in St. Louis, Missouri. I had mothers coming from St. Louis, Missouri when I first started doing these missing persons cases almost every other week because they could not get their media to cover it in St. Louis. And there was a human trafficking hub right there in St. Louis at that time. They were snatching up black girls because our children was the easiest to snatch up and take and put into sex slavery or to steal or for organ harvesting. Okay. And they could not get a media in St. Louis to cover it because they were black girls. And here's the thing: they all went missing in the same vicinity, and they just wrote it off as these girls were runaways. When these girls were over, a lot of them was from like 18 to 23. They didn't have to run away; they could have walked away. So that's the reason why I was doing those missing persons cases, and I'm starting back doing them. So what's going on, Miss D? What's going on tonight? What you think about the missing persons cases? Somebody just said something about that. I think your thing is off. Your sound is off.
What missing person cases?
Just the black girls that go missing in America, that you don't see a lot of them talking about. You don't see them talking about the black girls in the media like that. Not when they go missing.
Yeah, it's a girl I've been following. I don't like her. I mean, her name is Alexis Ware. She ain't
Yeah.
far from where I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
Since January the 30th. That's a good case too.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be something to talk about.
Yeah, we'll look at that. We're gonna look into that one.
Yeah.
Because I remember you talking about that.
It's sad. So what's up with these cookie shop people?
Well, like I said, we've been getting separate stories on. I just saw somebody else say that Raven said that they're going to open up, but then somebody else said, Jeremy Pierre said that the cookie shop is not going to open that location back up. So we'll see. Because I thought I saw yesterday, or it might have been yesterday, that they were supposed to reopen the location on Airways, and I was saying, in my opinion, I didn't think that it would be a good idea because I didn't think it would be safe to open that location back up. What you think?
No, that's a disaster waiting to happen. No, you can't do that. They gotta think. It's too many people spinning the block, and they gotta think. They can't do that. They cannot do that. They cannot do that. For their safety, I will hope they didn't do that. They don't need to do that right there. No, stuff is just common sense. That don't make sense. You got to make it make sense. That do not make sense for them to open that cookie shop back up. That's a lot of danger that they putting themselves in if they open that cookie shop back up. I really feel like that's a lot of danger. They don't need to do that.
That's true, Miss D. Rashad said, Miss D, and who y'all think killed the guy that was taking care of the Dolph's memorial? What you think?
I think it plays a part with him. I think it plays a part with that Dolph situation because they spinning the block. They spinning the block. They spinning the block. They are not playing at all.
Glennis says, do you think if they open a cookie shop that all hell will break out? I think so, because you got so many people in that area that have mixed feelings. Not saying that anybody had anything to do with anything in that cookie shop, but still, even though people don't necessarily know, there's still people that have their minds made up. And that is a high crime area.
Right. Let me address something real quick too about last night. Sorry, T. But okay, so I'm finna address this because I'm the type, I gotta get what's on my chest off. I'm just that type of person. Okay, so the YouTube streets are a mess. They're a whole mess. I think they're a little bit messier than the real street, except for they spin the block, but they just can't really do what they want to you hands on. But okay, so anybody that was over here last night, I know we got a lot of people that's in here that was on last night because we got a lot of regular people that be on every night. All right, so let me tell y'all something about these YouTube streets. The streets are the streets, period. These people don't play fair on YouTube. They do not play fair on YouTube. Now, I don't like to do a lot of cussing because I do know it to get you demonetized, but they sent for me last night. You have to pay attention. See, it starts in the comments. You know if they trolls because it starts in the comment. That's number one. It starts in the comments. You can tell by what they saying when they get in the comment. Okay, so the dude that got up here that was a Dolph fan, you know, he was repping Dolph, but he got up here and he was defending CMG to the death, fam. He was ready, you know, he was defending CMG so hard. He even said it was, you know, pretty much, you know, he defended CMG so hard last night, man. I didn't understand how you a Dolph fan like that and you sitting up here with you. Everybody entitled to their own opinion. But I did not understand how he a Dolph fan and he sat up here and he represented CMG so hard last night, but he a Dolph fan now. You have to pay attention to stuff like that. Then we had another one come up here on the panel. You know, he want to talk about another person from another channel. And I'm so blunt, I'm going to say what's on my mind because the one thing I want y'all to know, Miss T, Miss Tamara, Miss T, and Miss D, we ain't going nowhere. We are not going nowhere. So you can do what you want to do to try and bring us down. But baby, we building this thing and we gonna build this thing. I don't care what y'all do. I don't care what y'all say. I don't care. I don't care. Like I done told y'all, this is just YouTube streets for me. I know who I am in real life. But that guy, it was another guy. He got up here, he talked about another dude so hard. He talked about that other dude channel so hard last night. I ain't even gonna call the man name. Because like I had told the man, because he kept talking about, he kept going on and on and on about this one guy in his particular channel. Okay, so boom, we mess around today. Okay, so then, okay, y'all know Miss D. I'm gonna say what's on my mind because you got people that be on point. See, people think because I be drinking, and I just started. I swear to God, I just started. I just started my drinking tonight. I just started as soon as I got on. People think because I be drinking, I don't know what be going on. I be, I guess they think, the alcohol, it do kick in, but I don't care. I don't never get too messed up when I don't see what's going on around me, period. I don't do the drink. I don't let the drink do me. I do the drink now. I'm always on point. That dude that came up here with that talking about that CMG, now he was a Dolph fan, like I said, but he defended CMG. He pretty much said it was okay that, Black Youngster was out there at that tombstone, doing all that disrespect toward Dolph. That ain't okay in nobody's world. In nobody's world. When is it okay to disrespect the dead? That is not okay to me. You know what I'm saying? Then the other dude come up here. He want to talk about this other guy panel. He sat up here. Everything he said, it always reflected back to that other guy panel. I swear to God it did. And see, you have to pay attention to stuff like that because we got a strike, which I figured we was. Because I know I put down some cussing last night. I'm a woman by mine because when they struck my nerve, I said what I said. But it won't happen no more. So when you come up here, try not to curse. Just try not to curse. Because I'm ready for y'all YouTube street. Because what y'all ain't finna do, because let me tell you something. What God got for my girl is for my girl. She blessed. She got her own businesses already. We're running this thing together. I got my own hair business. We're running this thing. Y'all not finna come over here and try and tear us down. So let me tell y'all something. Don't come up here talking about nobody else panel and what you done heard on nobody else panel because we don't care to know. What they eat don't make us use the bathroom. So don't come up here trying to discuss nothing else about nobody else panel because them folks are irrelevant to us. We're worried about the topic over here and what's going on over here as our content. Don't come up here trying to discuss nobody else panel on this channel no more because I'm very outspoken and I'm going to say what I'm going to say now. I may not curse. I'm going to cut the cussing out. But at the end of the day, I'm still going to read you your rights if I have to. I will read you your rights. I don't have a problem reading you your rights. I'm just who I am. It's a lot of people don't like me and it's a lot that love me. I don't care though. I don't care. And the ones that got love for me, I love y'all. I swear to God I do. It's like you start becoming a family and you start really liking these people, especially the regular ones. I see y'all comments. I go back, I watch these videos. I promise you I do. But The first dude that came up here last night, CMG Sonny, he was too adamant about CMG. He was trying to make everything about CMG. And I don't care if he in the comments, I don't care if he listening, because 9 times out of 10 he is. He was too adamant about CMG for CMG not to have sent him over here. He was too adamant. And then that second man, all he wanted to do was talk about the other man's channel. We ain't doing that over here. That ain't what we doing over here. Yeah, we got a strike, but it's gonna be our last strike. I can promise you that.
I'm
I
riding
can.
with Miss D on that. For
We ready
real.
for y'all,
Hey, Miss
D.
D. Hey, Miss D.
Y'all not finna
Hey,
destroy
T.
us. I promise you that. And we still gonna say what we gonna say, cause who gonna check us?
Oh, for
Nobody.
real.
Long as we keep the cursing down, it ain't. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Long as we keep the cursing down, and they can go back and review this. Long as we keep the cursing down, what can they do? What can they do? What can they do? That's why we finna get moderators in the chat. We're not playing with y'all no more. Cause I'm telling y'all sent for us. Now we ready. It's we on go. We ready. I'm telling you, we ready for y'all. We know y'all trolls. And then let me tell you what the trolls do. They have nerve to sin. They have they other, they cheerleaders in the background down there in the chats and stuff like that. They send the cheerleaders, they bring the cheerleaders with them. But guess what? We bringing the choir with us. So leave us alone. Don't even come over here with that. And I had to get that off my chest. Now we can get back to the content.
Okay.
Period.
Hey,
How you doing, Kimberly?
good evening, Tamara and D and young man. I agree with everything you said, Miss D, because I was in the backstage. I was had sent Tamara a comment. Please let me in so I can defend Dolph, because it didn't make sense to me if you're a Dolph man, but saying Dolph wasn't feeding his people, they didn't eat, and CMG looked like they popping. It did not make sense to me either. That's why I'm like, wait a minute. You do know just because it looked like that doesn't mean it's like that. Secondly, when you sign these deals with these record labels, you owe them. And when they pay you that money, you got to pay all that money back. And Dolph wasn't doing his people like that. And so that struck a nerve with me last night, and that bothered me. That's why I had to come on and defend Dolph the way I did.
Right.
Yeah. How
Right.
you doing, Reggie?
How you doing? How you doing? How y'all doing? How you doing, Miss
Good.
D?
This your second time up here.
Huh?
This is your second time up here, right?
I believe, yeah.
So did you have
Third
anything you
time or
want to say
something like
about
that.
the how you feel about the cookie shop? What do you think? Do you think it would be safe for the cookie shop to open back up?
I believe that no, it won't be safe because the case going on, and since the case going on, if they open up, it'll just be like a lot of chaos. A lot of people will be coming there, hanging out. It'd be a lot of loitering. It just won't. It'll be different than the first time they been open.
Yeah. What about you, Miss Kimberly?
Okay. Unlike, and it could be because I'm not a street person, but to me personally, I don't have a problem with them reopening. Like I said, if they just get bulletproof glass. And I say that because from my understanding of the knowledge that I have, I don't think anyone ever got shot at that cookie shop or murdered prior to Dolph. And, as we all know, that was a targeted, murder. So personally, I don't think it's a problem. But that could, because I'm not a street person either. But like I said, because there was no other murders or shootings at that particular location, I don't see anything wrong with it outside of getting bulletproof glass. And like you said earlier, maybe get off-duty police officers to patrol and do security up there.
Mm-hmm. Definitely, because even like I said, bulletproof glass, even inside where they serve at the counter. It
Yeah.
like I said, we've been getting conflicting stories because somebody said Jeremy Pierre said that they're not opening that location back up, but then I had heard that they was opening the location back up. That's one of
Yeah.
the reasons why the man that owned the the man that owns that building wanted that memorabilia down.
Right.
Because he claims that it was running off people from his washer, the
He
washer.
ain't making no money. He said he wasn't making no money.
And that's everybody in that community go use that washer and dryer place. So
And I
I
can't
think
see
he just
people.
wanted it down.
I personally can't see people all of a sudden stop washing, drying clothes there in that neighborhood. It's already dangerous. So
Right.
I don't. To me, it doesn't sound right to me that he's not making money because people are not coming. They still got to wash their clothes. So I mean, where else they gonna go? A lot
That's
of people
true.
don't have, some people may not even have transportation if they don't even have a wash and dry, depending on their situation. So I don't understand how that could be an issue other than him maybe trying to garnish or gain sympathy and maybe donations, for his property.
Yeah.
I believe they should have opened it back up before they even did any interviews and stuff like that. They should have opened it back up, man, and went along, you know, with their business. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, I say a week or two afterwards, but like you waited months and y'all did interviews, people claiming Makeda did this, Makeda this, Makeda that, and then now all of a sudden y'all opening back up after y'all did all these interviews and people got their opinion saying that Makeda got something to do with it and all this, different stuff about Makedas. And they open it back up. It's gonna. I believe it's just it's a wrong turn for
Yeah.
them to
I
open
think
it up
so too.
And
now.
look
Because
and
that's the
look how quickly the police released the scene.
yeah.
So to me, and like I said, it could be because I'm not a street person. I don't see a problem with it. Well, I used to be a manager at Speedway, it's a gas station, and people been shot and killed all over. And the next day the business open or the day after, they don't stay closed for months because a murder happens.
I
Mm-hmm.
mean, let's just be logic though. I mean, like we gonna keep this thing like we in the streets. That's disrespectful to me on every level. If they open that cookie shop, simple as that. That is disrespectful. Like, I mean,
I'm
yeah,
with Miss D on that.
I understand life goes on, like the guy earlier up here, what you said, life do go on. I understand that, but it's just levels to everything to me. It's levels to everything. That's just disrespectful. I don't feel like that's right. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it as a business owner. I wouldn't do it. I mean, out of respect, and then too, out of the safety of my employees and myself alone, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't even consider doing that. I wouldn't even it wouldn't even been a topic of my discussion because I would never went back there. I'm just gonna be honest. It's this,
Yeah,
and
I'm with Miss D on that because
it's just
that is disrespectful though
Well,
if they open up.
maybe you can help me. Well, maybe you can help me to understand better, Miss D. They didn't open up, since it happened. So what part would make it disrespectful? Now I can see if they open a few days later, but they've been closed since it happened.
November, December, January, February, March. They've been closed
Going on
almost
3 months.
March the 17th will make 4 months.
Four
Let me
Oh
months.
yeah,
hold
that's
on, let me
right.
get my other phone.
Then she said she had to get her other phone.
I didn't hear that part.
Okay, I think she gotta go. Okay.
Yeah, she
She gotta have
said, "Let
her
me get
phone.
my other phone."
But yeah, Miss
Yeah.
Tim, I'm like I said, I'm not a street person. I just don't understand the logic why it will be considered disrespectful or they shouldn't reopen it back. You know what I'm saying?
I think for safety reasons, well, for me, like I wouldn't have an issue with them opening the store back because I understand that they have to make a living, but for safety reasons, I just think now, are you from the Tennessee area?
No, I'm actually from Georgia, but I'm living in Indiana.
Okay, so I think especially with the that's a real high crime area.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's the area that Dolph grew up in. That's his area. So a
Right.
lot of people have a lot of different feelings about what happened. They still have a mixture of feelings. Even though they don't really know what happened, everybody has their own analogy of what happened. So I
Right.
think with that being a high crime area, gang area, even if they got bulletproof windows, they have police officers and stuff there, you don't ever know what a person's mindset is. I'm not saying they should not open back up their business, because they do have a business in a cookie shop in the downtown area. To me, that would sound more logical, because the downtown area, I mean, that's just a good area for a business, right? But as
Exactly.
far, but
And
as far
Rashad,
as safety, I just don't think it would be safe for them.
I do have sympathy for the situation, Dolph. And actually, my passion is crime and justice. But like I was saying, I just was trying to, get a better understanding of why it will be considered that is it more so because that's his neighborhood, because he did grow up in that neighborhood?
I feel like just out of respect altogether. I understand what you're saying too, but it's like I said, it's levels to everything.
Uh-huh.
That just ain't it. Because we know people spinning the block. I just feel like too, for their safety also,
Mm-hmm.
I would do that. And then, it just ain't right to me. I mean, like I said, everybody have their own opinion and entitled to it, absolutely. But if you think streetwise on that, because that's how they think in Memphis. Apparently, these guys that spinning the block, they don't have no morals. Apparently, so therefore, now you gotta think street. You gotta think of the safety for your employees in your own business for one. Then
Uh-huh.
you gotta think of how people gonna feel, because you got to think about it. You got thousands, if not millions, of people that think they had something to do with that, and that's just like stepping on Dolph toes. That just like that. It's kind of like, okay, we finna open this business. We don't care what y'all. It ain't that simple. It ain't that easy. Now I'm telling you, them people. I was gonna say it last night, but I didn't say it. But I'm gonna say it tonight. They better not do that. They better not open up that cookie shop.
The owner of that building said that they gonna open back up, but I don't know if it's true or not.
Well, I hope they done made up in their minds not to,
He
because it would
said
be.
it on the news. He said it on the news interview that's his building, and that they supposed to come back and open back up because he losing money, and he a lot of people scared and
But
stuff.
at this point, it ain't gonna matter whether they take the memorial down. It's not even finna matter at this point. He's still his business. I don't think it. I mean, he can't be losing that much business, but I mean, I don't think it's really gonna matter, because people from Memphis know what happened there. People, they gon' that's something you ain't gonna never forget. I don't care how old you are, how old your kid, even kids gonna remember that for the rest of their life. The young dog got killed right there at that cookie shop, in that plaza where that wash house at. You probably do. I'm quite sure he have a lot of business, because people like, I ain't going up there. It's too emotional for a lot of people.
Yeah, yeah.
It hit too close to home for a lot of people. So even I don't care if they do reopen that cookie shop right there. I don't care if he take the memorial down. I don't think it's best. I'm gonna put it like this: it's best for him to move altogether. If he want his business to pick up, you gotta think logical certain stuff. You gotta have common sense with certain stuff. He seen he done lost business. He oughta knew that was gonna happen. I would have knew that was gonna happen as a business owner. I would have knew. Oh, I'm finna
Yeah,
lose. I would have been trying to find me another place to establish my
yeah,
business. I ain't even
exactly.
saying no more. I would have tried to find me another place to establish my business at, because once that happened with Dolph, I would have knew as a business owner of a business with a business mind. Oh,
I
I'm
would have
finna lose
sold that
business.
place. I
I
would have
would have
Does
sold
it?
it.
Doesn't he
Uh-huh.
own that whole plaza, including that Family Dollar?
I know the Family Dollar is separated. It's in another lot. No, he doesn't own that. He
Oh,
just owns that washer and dryer place is connected to the cookie shop.
so the Family Dollar's in between the cookie shop and the
Gas
wash and
station.
dryer.
No, it's in between the cookie shop and the gas station.
Okay.
I
The
wouldn't have done that.
the
I
washer
hope they
and
have
dryer
changed
place,
their mind.
the washer and dryer's place is directly connected to the cookie shop.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I can
Mhm.
understand it from an emotional point. And Miss D, like you said, being a business, but I've had my own business, working for myself, but just not in that capacity where it's one location. So, I cook or whatever, and I have a cleaning business. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
that ain't either way it go. I don't care. Like I'm like Rashard, I would have sold it. I would have instantly.
yeah.
That would have been the first thing on my mind. I need to say I got to sell this play because I know I ain't these folks finna I'm finna lose a lot of business behind this. It don't matter if he take the like I heard they taking the memorial down. That don't matter either. That do not matter because you got to think about it. There's a lot of people spinning the bus. A lot of people getting knocked off. And there's a lot of people that like the Dolph and love Dolph genuinely, for real. Because he was
Right.
doing
Yeah.
he was doing a lot for Memphis. He was doing a lot for people in his community. And just not even his community, but people in Memphis, period. He was helping to counsel people, donating to them. He was doing a lot
Yeah.
that to touch people. He wasn't just no ordinary guy. I hate to say it like that, but he wasn't just he was the GOAT. He was the GOAT.
That's true.
Was the GOAT. He was the greatest of all time. He was a legend. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So no, the man that even owned the washer, he just need to sell it. I would sell it. I wouldn't be no question asked. I would sell it and move somewhere else. I would move my business somewhere else. Simple.
Hallelujah Baby says, Hallelujah, Hallelujah Baby says it becomes disrespectful because they allow everyone to bring monumentals and gifts to that spot to be removed and thrown away or whatever happens, and then the spot opens and goes like a regular day.
Right.
Rashad said they were smuggling, Lord, he said they were smuggling drugs for Dolph, and they tipped off whoever was on the bumper and took Dolph money he came to pick up on the back end. Mm.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you though, the $1 million question with me is it ain't never left my mind. I just don't speak on it. Who dropped his location?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's my $1 million. Now, and we
Yeah.
ain't gonna get that till trial come. How did these people know what Dolph was? How they knew he was at this cookie shop? Nah, because then it goes back to the cookie shop. That's what people, are gonna say or whatever. But when the trial comes, that's something I'm quite sure we're not gonna know till trial come. So, but my $1 million question to the whole situation is how did y'all know what Dolph was? Who
Right.
told them? Because and he was at that cookie shop early. He was there early that morning. Had to be between, I guess, between 10 and 12.
Yeah.
That's early. That's early. People business, they moving around though. They up and they moving around, true enough.
Right.
But my $1 question with that whole situation that ain't never left my mind, how did y'all know he was there?
Right. That's what I
How
said. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You could go ahead, boo. I mean,
Oh,
it just
Yeah.
I was gonna
Somebody
say
dropped
that's
that
what I said
location.
last night. That Tahoe was backed up and watching that cookie shop and watching everything go down. Somebody had to give the location, because why would they be back there and waiting to see it all go down? Someone definitely dropped the location, and it was as we oh no, it was an orchestrated, targeted plan hit.
I mean, yeah, it was orchestrated. They were dressed alike.
Yep.
They were dressed alike. They had on their gray sweaties, you know what I'm saying? They hoodies, the black hoodies, you know,
Gloves.
the gloves, you know what I'm saying? They had on the same colors. We all know anybody in their right mind. Like I said, you have to make it make sense. It's a lot of stuff be common sense. That's why when people say, they feel like it wasn't a hit, that was a hit.
It
That
was.
was.
Yeah.
I mean, because that boys was waiting. They was waiting. I don't know if they followed him from wherever, but somebody in the process of the whole situation had to tell them what Dolph was.
Yep.
Period.
Rashad
Yeah.
said,
Somebody dropped that hit. Somebody dropped
Rashad said the
that
cookie
hint on them.
girl.
Let them know.
Rashad said the cookie girl tipped them off. He said she's tied to CMG. How do you know, Rashad? Do you know for a fact that she's tied to CMG, or was that just a rumor?
I don't know if they're tied to CMG, but he I'm not sure. I can't speak for him, but I'm gonna use assumptions at this point because I've heard it too. Because there was an interview that her and her sister was doing, and they was giving props to CMG, and that they like them, they ride for them, they would like to be involved with them. But I don't know if they was actually connected.
Okay. I see somebody say I don't think that would be hard. Dolph stick out like a sore thumb. Okay, so you mean to tell me now we finna make it make sense? We finna run it through the paper shredder. We Dolph tonight. We are as T
Free.
yeah. We finna run it through the paper shredder now. We're ready to run it through the paper shredder. Miss D getting started at 2 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. Okay, so y'all mean to tell me these fools they ride around with the same color clothes on and everything, and all of a sudden, boom, there go Dolph. He just come out of nowhere. I know what Dolph is. They got on the
Right.
same color clothes already. I mean, it just can't. I don't see it happening like that. I just don't see them riding around with these gray sweatpants on. You know what I'm saying? Just following.
Nah, they was
Somebody
already
told
ready.
me,
It was already plot up. But
yeah,
like you said,
that's what I'm trying to say.
somebody dropped that location. Somebody dropped that he
Michael
here.
Wood says he thinks that he said Dolph wasn't a scared person. He said, I believe someone in pre-dropped this location. That's what Michael Wood said.
But you know what though, like Miss D said, those boys weren't just riding around like that. They dressed like that because it was planned. And to be
Right.
honest, we couldn't even identify a face or anything. They was ready. I mean, I'm surprised, the names, because there was nothing that we could tell is this person is that person because they was covered from head to toe,
Right,
including their gloves. So we could have never identified who they were unless somebody's talking and gave information.
right, and that's my $1 million question. Who gave the drop? Who gave the drop? That's all I want to know. And then something else that bothers me about Raven, she wasn't even there. But she
Right.
got the most to say. She got the most to say, and I'm not blaming the cookie shop because I feel like they don't have nothing to do with it. But that's why I just wish she would, I gotta get into it though. She's been quiet lately. She has been a little quiet lately. You know what I'm saying? But how could you talk?
Oh.
You weren't even there.
Right.
I
Oh,
can't speak on
make it make sense that make it make sense that tonight that Jeremy Pierre says that the cookie people said that due to threats to their business and family, it forced them to make the decision not to open up the cookie shop on airways anymore.
Absolutely. That ain't even surprising. It's
That's
common
what I
sense.
was talking about.
It's common.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I said it's gonna be a lot of loitering and all kind of stuff going on. They might break in the cookie shop every day.
Wouldn't even never been a topic of my discussion. After that
And for,
happened, I wouldn't even want to open up that no more. I
and,
wouldn't even consider. I would have went another direction with it.
and,
You know what
and
I'm
from what
saying?
I'm
That
hearing, that location they said it stayed empty, that it wasn't full of business, a lot of people coming in and out every day. I'm not from Memphis, so I can't say, but I've heard several times that particular shop was slow for business, and it would be empty. You wouldn't see a lot of foot traffic.
right. I mean, it's in the hood. They say it's in the hood, but it's just a lot of unanswered questions to this whole situation. So many twists and turns, and what's so sad to me about the whole situation is there's so many people involved to take down one man. That's
Right.
how you know
Exactly.
let me say something. He was a bad mother. You know what I'm saying? Because it was too many people. It was too many people involved. You know what I'm saying? To have to take down a boy like that. It was just too many people involved. And then, like I said, we still ain't gonna forget about Anita Wilson over there in Covington, because
Right.
Anita Wilson, somebody, when I went back and watched it, said in the text that the hit was sent for Darnisha. I think it was Make It Make Sense. They said that the hit was sent for Darnisha. I done heard that. Now I have heard that. I don't know because I don't like to speak on too much. I don't know. But We know though. And y'all can sit up here and say, I don't think it was connected. It was connected. Her kids done said too much. Now see,
Yeah, it was connected.
that's another thing about the YouTube street. They get mad when you don't change your narrative and you know what you're talking about. We're gonna run it through the paper over here. Her own kids, her own son made a song that said, same gun, same car. That was enough. The song, he got the song on YouTube. Then
Yeah.
the other son, about a week ago, a few days ago, not long ago, he put on Facebook, he felt like his mama finally get justice because a 23-year-old punk who the only one locked up right now that's 23 years old. He said his the 23-year-old punk is, locked up pretty much for all for off of his mama. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the connections that it would have, but they bent the block on them because now I don't know if because allegedly I done heard, it could be YG baby mama, Darnisha. Not, I mean, that's YG baby mama,
Right.
y'all rapped about, screwing the baby mama and everything like that. I don't know. I don't know because people take stuff and run with it. I don't know, allegedly. That's all I'm gonna say, but it was a connection. We ain't gonna sit up here and act stupid. We're not gonna do that over here. It
Right.
was a connection. We know that it was a connection. But I just really wonder in my head, why them ladies? What did they have to do? Why did y'all want them to that's how I know it was paid for. Because that was a hit. That was a hit. Ain't nobody spinning no block like that for free. I don't care what nobody say. I don't care. I don't know how much money was involved, but that was most definitely a hit. Most
You're
definitely.
you're absolutely right. I mean, people, our race, we they won't even give you a free ride, so, to take you to the store. So yeah, they gonna pay. It was a paid hit. They weren't doing it for free. I totally agree. And also, Miss D, the more I've been thinking about it, it makes sense. I have a better understanding that the cookie shop wasn't involved because I've seen the one of your other videos with Miss Tamara, sorry. Like you had said, if they were involved and the streets knew that, they would have ran up on that cookie shop and that family by now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Lola says, what do y'all think about Straight Drop Baby's mother boyfriend that's been missing for 5 years? And now it's a cold case. I kind of believe that, just considering his history, that he had something to do with it, allegedly, and they would have to charge that girl too, because supposedly the girl was living with him. He
Yep.
was taking care of that girl. So that means, in order for Straight Drop, if he is the reason that he's missing and we can't count him out because he got a history of this, that means she would have had to set him up for Straight Drop to be able to get to him.
Absolutely, I agree with you,
Yeah.
Tamara. Because also I heard, there were some messages on I think it was Facebook, how this girl, was put out this statement like she was feeling sorry for him and wished this and that, and Straight Drop, he basically had a comment that was funny, even though that was sarcastic, and also that young lady, Howard's brother had told the girl to come stay with them for a while because she just lost her boyfriend, and she stayed for a couple of days, and then she said, "I got to go get my hair done because my birthday's the next day," and she never came back. They have never seen that girl since then, so she got to be tied in with it. And supposedly, allegedly, she also was going to go see Straight Drop in Howard's vehicle.
Hmm.
In Howard's vehicle. So I believe Straight Drop allegedly could be tied because it seems like he's a serial killer to me at this
right.
point.
Allegedly, yeah. He done
That
spin the
sound,
block.
man.
Spin
That's
the block
and
quite a few
but they
times.
never did find they never did find the guy.
No, they haven't found him. They found his car vehicle. I think it was burnt up.
And it was
They
on
found his
fire.
and they found his cell phone that was pinging downtown.
Hmm.
And so yeah, I believe that young
That's
lady has, her and Straight Drop allegedly have something to do with it because they went on
I I
like as
be- I
usual.
believe that sound the way that sound like it wasn't just no one person. It was more than one. I believe that sound like it was like two or three people had to do all that. That was a group. That had to be
Right.
a group. Yeah, it wasn't just him. It had to be a group.
A few people, because they run thick
Yeah,
together, allegedly.
Right.
that had
And
to
then
be a group.
I also wonder, well, Shondell. I also wonder, like I'm at this every night till they bring it back up or something. And have COTs and been down there and handle his business with them. You know what I'm saying? It's just a lot of questions. Because, when they were looking for straight drop, they was adamant, they had the reward out and all of this. Now, Shondell sitting up here with, now some just ain't up with this because he's sitting, they too quiet. He's sitting up here with the same charges that straight drop and Cornelius got at this point, and they ain't making no noise. They ain't making enough noise for me. It seems like they ain't trying to get him off the street. But I'm finna go back and ask this question. Who was that guy they found burned up in that truck? Did this have anything to do with, anybody know? Because I don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
You
They
mean
found they found somebody burnt up in that truck.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Under
I
under the
heard this
bridge
thing.
or under somewhere? Was it? It was.
They're
It
like
was
on
a
the
bridge.
bridge.
Mm-hmm. But they never did say who it was or nothing.
No, they
Straight
didn't.
drop. 901 King Deshaun Straight Drop was not in jail when that dude went missing. He had just recently got out of jail.
Right.
Where is this on here with the webcams.com? See,
Could be a troll.
there go the troll. See, let me put me a drink. There go the troll. That's all I'm gonna say. There go the trolls. I look. See, but you know what? It's okay though.
That's all right because they blocked.
Yeah.
So every one of them gone. They blocked.
Man.
Yeah, and just like you were saying, I would like to know, why maybe they haven't identified who the person is yet, maybe. And if they do know, I would like to know why they withholding the name, just like the guy that was dropped off at the hospital, and allegedly he died.
Because I ain't heard
nothing about that either.
No, I haven't heard nothing else about that.
And while they withholding his name, his identity, like what purpose would it serve for them to withhold his name? He's deceased. Nobody can harm him. He's gone.
I always was puzzled to the guy that got shot at the got shot and killed at the mall. The Jason Hill guy. I was wondering, was that related to the Dolph situation? The guy that had the baby. That baby got shot too.
A girl. They want a girl for that murder. They looking. I can't remember her name, but they're looking for a female for that murder. I can't think of her name right now, but I believe she's a part. She's definitely in a gang. What gang? I don't know.
They said Howard Burnett, that's the missing guy, came home one day, and the girl Rikayla had a group of Trula Mafia guys in the house. He put them out.
Black media. Hold on, panel. Hold on, y'all. See, black media. Michelle Mitchell. I can't even take you serious because you got a cartoon character for your profile picture, sweetheart. You going on with your trolling now because you done said it. You've been saying too much in the comments. Going on with your little cartoon character. Just gone. Cause
what did she say?
She been doing a lot of talking, and then it's like she over here trying to defend CMG. Ain't nobody throwing him under the bus. I always said got him. I always felt like Black Youngster had something to do with it before it's crazy people don't understand. Why would I not feel why would I feel Black Youngster? Because, to me, I feel like he feel like that retaliation with his brother. I feel like Gotti was the one that wouldn't have would have told him, man, we can't do that because it's gonna cause too much heat. But I feel like that's why I always feel like Black Youngster was the one because of his brother getting if they had something to do with it allegedly.
I think they still got them dudes locked up for that though. Don't they still got the dudes locked up in North Carolina?
No, it wasn't North Carolina. It was in California for that shooting.
Oh yeah. I think no, I'm talking about the other shooting in North Carolina. Do they?
The first shooting was in North Carolina, and then the second was in California.
I think they got some time, didn't they?
Yes.
You finna go there tonight? Block
Yeah, one of
her.
the members got he doing time right now still, if I'm not mistaken.
Yup, he doing time for that.
Wow. They said Jason Hill was True Mafia too, allegedly. That was the young man that was killed at the mall.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's the young man that was killed at the mall that had his baby.
Right.
Okay, for those of you all that are just coming into the room, please hit the like button. I'm getting ready to see how many likes I got because I have to look at my other phone to see how many likes I
And
got.
that Clark too, I think that's a troll at some point because every time they go, see, I be on it. Y'all think I be playing? I be on it. Every time he say something, he erase it for some reason. You ain't gotta do that. But what you're not gonna come over here. See, y'all be reaching. Y'all really be reaching, man. And we be over here really into this Dolph thing, but y'all be in the comments reaching with that dumb mess. You know, if you team CMG, this is not the channel for you. I mean, you know, I'm just being honest because this is all about Dolph over here. This is all about Dolph. Go if you team CMG, take your team CMG behind somewhere else because at the end of the day, if you got any sense, and you know, it all just makes sense. A lot of stuff is just common sense. Now, and I don't got. I don't deal with CMG like that. Me personally, because I don't like none of the disrespect that came behind though. I don't like that. I don't like it. I don't like the disrespect. And you know, they all affiliated, so I put all of them in the same boat just about. I don't like it. You know, that's just my opinion. Everybody entitled to one, but y'all be really trolling. They be really reaching though. They be reaching, man.
Yeah.
They be out
And
here
the
playing.
crazy thing is,
What you
Clark
think
says
about
that
that?
black
What
youngster
y'all
went
think
to
about
jail
the
for the
guy?
shooting in North Carolina, but Dolph didn't show up. So it would seem to me in that situation, like I've always said, he was trying to call a truce. And he says, Michael, okay, so Deshaun, 901 Deshaun says he lived 10 minutes from Makedas. Yeah, okay.
Who lived 10 minutes away from Makita?
901 Deshaun. I mean, he got the 901 area code, so I'm sure so that means he probably lives in either Orange Mound or in probably Castelia. But
Okay, then
I had said from the
come
very
on.
start that
Come
I
on.
think for the safety of the cookie shop that they should not open that cookie shop back up because,
I
like I
wouldn't
said,
open it back up. I would
a lot
not.
of people were saying, I've heard people say, well, people don't think that the cookie shop had anything to do with it, even if they don't have proof. People, you have to understand, people are like split down the middle. Like, it's some people truly feel like they know what went on, and they have their minds made up. And a lot of people are gonna have their minds made up even after the trial is over. They're gonna feel like some people got off. And so I think it would have been like it would have been, especially getting any employee or anything, because even if you have bulletproof windows at a place, if you have police officers that's manned in the place, you got to walk outside at some point. You see what I mean? To go to your car.
Tamara,
Exactly.
Tamara, there was that someone had posted earlier in the chat that Raven said that because her family been getting death threats, that they're not going to open it. Now I can understand them not reopening because of the death threats. So, you know, I wasn't aware that they was getting death threats.
Of course, they getting that online.
They was getting that after it
Really?
happened.
They getting that every day, probably. I mean, you know, I mean that, you know, because a lot of people, you know, really feel like they had something to do with it. Raven done said that before, that they getting death threats. That's a common sense. I figured that wouldn't even be hard to figure out.
Yeah, I wasn't like, I don't follow Raven or, you know, look on her,
I don't follow
social
either,
media.
but I'm telling you now, if you got to think about it, it happened at their store.
Right.
You know, so, you know, a lot of people feel like that cookie shop got something to do with it. Even if they ain't do nothing but drop the location. Let them know he was there. They feel like, you know, they got something to do with this dog thing. I say 98% of the people really feel like the cookie shop got something to do with it.
Everybody feel like if he didn't go to the cookie shop, it wouldn't have happened. But since he went to the cookie shop that day, it happened. They said he been there a few days before he went to that. He been in Memphis a few days before he went to Makedas.
That was gonna get him regardless because like it was a paid hit. If it wasn't there, it would have been somewhere else. in my
Mm-hmm.
opinion. But yeah, it's so sad and it's senseless how we are killing each other for nothing. And as far as Black youngster, Miss D, I believe, allegedly that Black youngster was Yo Gotti's little puppet, because I even see the video where Black youngster and a lot of the dudes, including Shondell, were in Dolph neighborhood, with the guns and saying where he at. So I believe Yo Gotti using him as his puppet to fight his battles.
Right. That's exactly what's going on. That's you absolutely correct on that. You absolutely right. That's just what it is. Gotti the boss. He the big man. He the big dog. He don't put him on. Of course they gonna look up to him. You know what I'm saying? But see, I feel like it just girl, look, it's a lot. It's just a lot because
It
I feel
is
a
a
lot of
lot. And
ways.
like I said, I think when they finish, I was saying this earlier, when these folks finish, I feel like at this point, I truly feel like, Miss D, y'all, that the feds is spinning the block.
They are most definitely. I
They
mean, you got
spinning the
top
block.
shots getting knocked off. You got a lot of stuff getting knocked off.
And
So therefore we know somebody talking. We
yep,
know somebody talking. Now I'm gonna ask y'all this: how many of y'all think they down there snitching? How y'all had the most to say in the comments?
Oh, they was
How
talking as
many of
soon as they
y'all
got
feel
100%,
like
locked
they
up.
down there snitching?
They were
100%.
talking when they first got locked up because they didn't even have no lawyer. They was talking then.
Yep,
And
I
I
believe
feel
they
and
like that
talking.
too.
and and
Yeah,
the
I
and the
believe
and the
I
dude that
always
was in
said that they was down
Indiana,
there snitching.
the
That's why
dude that
they've
was
gotten as far as they've gotten now. And with a lot of these young men that they are arresting, even if they're arresting gang members, if they don't want to tell on their own gangs, I think a lot of them are telling on other gangs. That's why all these, you see all these arrests taking place.
Right. So therefore, them cooking people, they shouldn't even consider that. Even if they did, I wouldn't have. I mean, I knew they were getting death threats. That's just common sense. I mean, because half
Donald
them people
one said he think Cornelia snitched first. Do y'all think that? Do y'all think Cornelia snitched first, Miss D?
Oh,
I believe he did.
I mean, he talking.
He was locked
Mhm.
up first.
I just don't feel like, I'm gonna be honest though, y'all. I don't feel like he know enough to tell. Y'all think
I
he
don't think
really
he. I
involved?
don't think it was
Like,
him.
I'm gonna put it like this. I'm gonna ask y'all this: do y'all feel like he knows just as much as Straight Drop do? That's
Nope.
all I want to know.
No,
Yep,
I don't think
yep. I
so.
believe he do. Because he was the first person locked up for
And
the
Yeah.
he was locked
car.
up for cars, not the murder of Dolph. He was locked up for something else.
He
So
was
do
locked up.
y'all feel like they sat at a round table, a square table, and they planned this all together? Because I sure hope they ain't discussed this over the phone. Now I hope they had that much sense, but see, they been so dumb. That they were some straight dummies. They were some straight dummies. We know that. We know that for a fact. They were straight dummies. So do y'all feel like they sat at a table together? I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt and say they sat down and talked about it, not over the phone. Y'all feel like all of these guys sat down and talked about this at one time together?
Yeah, they had to.
Yep, I believe they have.
Michael Wood says that MPD will let it out. Their IG is putting them together. That's how they solving. Straight Drop ain't snitching. At this point, I think they can get a subpoena to get into their social medias.
Oh,
Anything.
they probably been able to do that because I'm
They
quite
been
sure them
did.
cell phone records done came back. Them cell phone records most definitely done came back.
Yep.
Like I had said earlier in another show, if Straight Drop ain't talking, his cell phone records done came back.
And that's who
And,
I
they
and
feel
they
like it's
questioning.
cell phone records.
and these
That's
dummies,
why
they
they
be
that's
so
why they want Teasy. That's why they want CO Teasy.
they're so
Them them
dumb that
them them phone records came back.
these fools are so
Exactly.
dumb that they keep, their messages that they communicate. They keep them. Why not delete them? Not to mention they could still gather it, but also like Snapchat. A lot of people don't realize even if you delete your Snapchat, the police can still go back and find it.
Yeah, they can go back and find that stuff. That stuff still, I don't care what message you leak, they can go back and pull it up.
Yep, because
Let me tell you, phones are very smart. Let me tell y'all this. If you got Facebook, if you ever Google a pair of shoes and buy a pair of shoes, when you strolling down Facebook, that particular site gonna pop up.
yep,
So these phones are super smart. You know what I'm saying? They pick up on everything. So I feel like the cell phone records done came back. If they're not snitching allegedly, them cell phone records done came back because they done did too much, and it done probably pinged them because
I believe it was a lot of they was throwing a lot of dummies out there to make them look like they did it. Like when they came back after Dolph, they knew Dolph was shot up on the ground. They came back and shot again.
Oh, you mean the
At the
memorial?
people.
Yeah, you know what? They've been quiet about those people at the memorial. Did they ever say that now, who was they shooting up? Were they trying to shoot up Dolph's people? Or
They
was
was
it
just shooting. They said they were just shooting. They were just drive by shooting.
I think they did that crap for clout. Personally,
I do too. I felt like that too. Now there was some real crash dummies right there. I don't even know they were beyond crash dummies, but I think crash dummies about the dumbest you can get. But I feel like they was crash dummies before I feel like straight drop them just. I feel like that. I feel like straight drop them got paid. Them fools that shot at that memorial.
I believe all of them did shooting. All of them that's on them, all of them was shooting.
I straight drop.
They took turns.
Straight drop them pay because I understand. You do that. You do that.
Did y'all look? Tamara, can you read 504 Ratty message? He was talking about the
I had to need to start looking at them.
I don't see it. It says it's 504 says the guy that was taking care of Dolph's memorabilia at the cookie shop was the guy that was shot and burned in the SUV. Raven mentioned it on another platform. I don't think he was burned. His car turned over.
Right.
Yeah, his car was the one that turned over. The person that was burned in the SUV, I do believe I saw on social media that young man's cousin was saying, and she went on somebody else's platform. She said,
"Hello."
It went out.
Okay.
Till you going out?
Am I?
We can hear you now.
You went out for a minute.
Hear you now?
Okay, yeah. She said the young lady the young man that was burned in the car, his cousin was on somebody else's platform, and she said she don't want people to affiliate her cousin with Dolph. It had nothing to do with that.
Also, Raven, that same platform she's talking about, Raven is a moderator on that particular guy's YouTube channel too. So I didn't think that sounded right to say that he was burnt under the bridge, because like you said, from what we gathered, he was shot and then his vehicle crashed and flipped over.
Right. That's what happened.
I hope Raven, she stay in Memphis. Raven should know now, allegedly, she should have more sense to know, even people that just watch the news and stuff on YouTube from Memphis. I knew the man wasn't the one that got burnt in the SUV. That's a whole different situation, because we still want to know who that man is.
Absolutely.
Daniel says CEO Teasy, where he at? He stopped tweeting for 2 months after Dolph's death. Wow.
He what?
So he stopped tweeting 2 months after Dolph's
and then
death.
This right here what gets me with them. He had all these pictures because him and Straight Drop best friend now. They kills me. They end up telling on themselves. He sat up there and took all them pictures of him and Straight Drop off the internet. For what? If this your best friend and you ain't got nothing to do with it, why do they do that?
Right.
They still take all their pictures and stuff down and
make it obvious. Make it obvious.
Look at what 901 King Deshaun. That sounds suspicious to me. That CEO Teasy stopped being on social media November 16th. That's peculiar to me.
And then why he take out his pictures of him and Straight Drop down? But the internet undefeated. They so undefeated. They are already
trying to get untied from. He trying to get untied from getting pulled in.
Well, it's too late.
Do
The
y'all
market.
think that he really ran off with that money? Do
His
y'all really
name
think
came
that?
up though. For
I
them
feel
to
like
come get him, his name came up. Whoever got locked up, they said his name, and they coming to get him because his name was said. They told on him.
yep. And see, I ain't gonna lie now, I really do feel like straight drop, that boy did run off with straight drop money. Cause if y'all know, the straight drop was looking confused about not having no lawyer.
Exactly.
In the beginning, he was too for sure
Cocky.
that he was gonna get a lawyer.
Somebody saying that 901 said he said CEO TZ haven't been on social media since November 16th. You know, Doc was shot on the 17th.
Right.
He
That's
said,
what I'm
y'all
saying.
think he's one of the shooters? He's 6'6", and he got the same height as one of the shooters in the photo.
I
And
don't know because I don't know what he looked like, so I don't know.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all, though. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I hate to put that man in this mess, but him and Straight Drop were best friends. He know a lot if he didn't do nothing. He know a lot, and this just with common sense. Now, some things you just make sense. You just have to make it make sense. You use your common. He know a lot if he didn't have nothing to do with it. He most definitely know a lot. He knows something in some type of way, just like Rashad said. His name had to been brought up some type of way. If not, them cell phone records done came back, and they got messages and because it take those cell phone records a minute to come back. The cell phone records done came back, and they done read the messages and stuff because they were crash dummies. They were some real live dummies. We know that. Okay, so the cell phone records done came back, and they done seen some messages in between the two of them that done put him in the mix of it. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like they were going to do what I felt like they were going to do. I feel like they were going to get him down there for questioning, and then they was going to hit him with the charges. Yep. That's why I want to know, have he went down there and turned himself in yet?
Because somebody gave statements. Somebody gave statements, so they know for sure to come question him about them statements. And if them statements don't mount up to what if he ain't got no alibi, then he charged too.
Okay, so
Make It Make Sense says at 901 King, CEO TZ was a shot caller. He wasn't one of the shooters. Maybe JoJo Splat, not Cornelius.
Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you now, Make It Make Sense is telling the truth now, because I done did my research on him. He's connected, he's well connected to some big dogs, CEO TZ is. He really is. He really is. So I ain't gonna even lie. I won't be surprised if they pass the bag down to CEO TZ, and CEO TZ gave the bag to Straight Drop, because I don't care what y'all say. Until these folks go to trial and then we follow, I'm gonna stick with I'm not finna change my narrative for nothing in the world now. I feel like the bag will pass down from CEO TZ, from the big dog to CEO TZ, and CEO TZ pass that bag to Straight Drop, and Straight Drop pass that bag to the junkies, to the little bitty folks.
Yeah,
I can buy that. I can see that, because it's a lot of people involved, and so the big dog, they kept recruiting bigger, lower people to do it. It kept going down the food chain to allegedly Straight Drop them.
That bag done went through so many hands. See, that's why it's so many people involved. Now we're gonna make it make sense. We're gonna run it through the paper shredder. That bag will pass through so many hands.
Yep.
I mean, I understand it is a lot of crash dummies in Memphis. I understand that, but I don't care what nobody say. It was, and like I'm gonna keep saying, it was a hit because they were dressed alike.
That was a hit.
So if they were dressed like that, mean it was planned.
Yep.
So ain't nobody doing all that for free. I don't care.
Because they didn't say ooh. They didn't say ooh. That's Young Dolph. Let's go. That's not how that went. They planned for that. That was a hit. 100.
I hate to say it like this, but it's just being real. This ain't just no regular dude off the streets. This something you had. A regular dude off the street, you ain't too much got a plan to hit him now, unless he a big time, drug dealer allegedly, or he involved in a cartel or something. But this was legend. This was just not an ordinary person. You know, I don't like saying it like that because I'm not starstruck. But
I got a
I like the
question for
dog though.
y'all. I got one good question for y'all. Why everybody leaving Soldier Boy out?
We
I
ain't
ain't
leaving him
left
out.
him out.
Yeah, we
Oh,
ain't leaving him out.
I ain't left him out not one time. I have never left him out. Let me tell you something about him. He doing too much talking. People, I'm telling y'all, Soldier Boy like that boy from
He
Belly.
just took pictures with Yo Gotti at a
That's what I'm
concert.
saying. I'm saying all this, you know, but you know, it wasn't no hit letter. You know, some people tell it was not a hit at all. You know, but I'm gonna use the sense that I got as being on the street. I mean, it is a lot of crash dummy, but I ain't even finna spend the block for free. I mean, I ain't finna spend no block at all, but it gotta be a bag involved for me to be trying to knock out somebody like Dolph. I'm gonna put it like that. It gotta be a real bag involved for me to be trying to knock out somebody like Dolph. And then you know they probably didn't even get much money. That's what's sad because at this point, to me, while Straight Drop was on the run doing track halt and all of that, he should have been getting a lawyer.
He spent that money on that.
And, and,
He
and
put that money on them, that North Face. You know, he done been. You got to think about the step up video. You know what I'm saying? He done spent that money on that North Face jacket. That dude had on that North Face jacket. That he had on the Gucci pants with the Gucci North Face shoes. You know what I'm saying? He was dripped out now. And then he did the step down video. He had rats on rats on rats. Well, I don't know if it was prop money or not. But all of a sudden, Straight Dry had all this money. You know what I'm saying? And then you got to think about it. He was renting all these different cars. You know, he was doing a whole lot. He was doing a whole lot. It ain't that. Let me tell you something. It depends on how many people was paid. Even if they got $100,000, that ain't nothing when you got to pay about four folks.
right.
That ain't nothing.
You know, I
Oh.
believe allegedly Soldier Boy knew it was going to happen because the way he picked the fight with Dolph for no reason on social media just before his death. I know it may be a little left field, but I believe Soldier Boy knew something because he's also connected with Trula Mafia.
You know what? I'm telling y'all, if you ever watch the movie Belly, straight what his name, Soldier Boy, he just like that clown that had on that wig. I'm gonna keep telling y'all this. He just like that clown that had on that wig and them glasses that people were sleeping on. I would have never thought nobody like him. I can't take you serious. You got a whole wig with glasses and you a man. But that man was spinning the block. Yes, it's a movie, but a lot of this stuff that goes on in the movie really happens out here in real life. That's why they make them. Okay, so therefore, Soldier Boy is that dude that came from Belly, that DMX movie, with that dude with them glasses and that wig on. Don't nobody take it serious. But see, Soldier Boy be so high. He tell on himself. He going to these rampages. He start telling on himself. He be so high he don't care. He started telling on himself. And not even, I think half of the time, he don't even realize what he be doing because he be so high. The drug, his mind is gone.
And that
That's
lean.
what y'all gotta understand. The man mind is gone. All he did, the man on lean, he smoking weed. I'm crazy. I believe he on coke. I'm gonna be honest with you. I believe he on pills. He be so high, allegedly. He be so high, he ain't even thinking straight now. You can't take nobody. He on too many drugs. You can't take nobody like that serious. He doing too much. He got too much going on.
And a person is high or drunk, sometimes they're gonna spill what they try to truly feel too.
Let me tell you, so what they say, because y'all love to talk about me, D. Drunk mind is so thought, and I don't do nothing but drink. He on way more than I'm on. I'm just on me a little Douce. This man on every drug. This man,
he doing a lot. He doing about 4-5 different drugs.
Let me tell y'all something, and I'm gonna keep it real street. You don't play. People getting knocked off for real behind this man. For real, for real. You don't play. Trolling will get you killed for real. That what he doing, even if he didn't have nothing to do with it, he putting himself in a messed up position because he doing too much talking and he doing too much trolling. If he is trolling,
and then he want to be dressed like the shooters were. Did y'all see that video or that post by his vehicle? He was dressed like like one of the shooters.
Nine.
Somebody said Soldier Boy the police. Rashad said soldier boy, the police. I don't believe that. I believe soldier. In
Right
my
now,
opinion, allegedly, I believe soldier boy got something to do with this. In my opinion.
I mean, cause
Brother Wood says, I've been in the streets. He says, I've been in the streets. He can't pay a lawyer up front. It got to be drag chess move. You fire your public defender. He can't come out to pay for an attorney because you got to show up how you got the show up how you got the money.
money, exactly. That's what I've been. He right. I'm gonna let you go on, T.
Wait a
He
minute.
absolutely correct. He got to prove where he got that money from. That's the only way I can see them not getting him a lawyer. Now, see, this what I've been thinking. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. This what I've been thinking now. I've been thinking, Cornelius got a lawyer. Well, nobody expected Cornelius to get a lawyer because I'm gonna tell y'all something. A decent lawyer gonna at least want probably about goddamn on 60, probably 50 to 100,000 just to take this case. I say 25 to 50,000, and I ain't even 25.
I say 20.
50,000 to take this case. Okay, this is what I've been thinking. I'm like, maybe they. I feel like maybe this what could be possible to be going on. They hired Cornelius a lawyer, and they kind of sort of getting Cornelius lawyer. But if Cornelius snitching, he can't work. You can't work against your co-defendant. You can't, because they still consider co-defendants because they in there for the same thing. So at first, though, when I really think about it, that can't happen. Because I was like, maybe they got Cornelius a lawyer to work with straight drop lawyer. You see what I'm saying? But they can't do that because they co-defendants. Because if Cornelius take that stand, his lawyer can't deal with straight drop, and he can't deal with them anyway because they consider co-defendants. So it ain't no way possible that to have. But like that
Cornelius lawyer probably costs like 50.
Yeah, he probably cost
a regular just an average lawyer. An average lawyer, he could have got for like 25.
He said, he probably did that to build his brand too. With his law firm, because this is a high profile case, and it may build his, his brand.
And then when you go to trial is more money. So it started going up from there.
Not just trial, but when they doing their work, getting the paperwork, filing the motions. But why? But straight drop family could have money, or they could have went to the boat and went to the casino and won money. Like, I don't understand why he still don't have a lawyer. But like I said, I'm not a street person, and like that post said, you can't just come out and do it. Doesn't make sense to me, but I see where he's coming from.
But you know what though? Straight drop. Let me tell you something. We just assuming now. We just assuming. Allegedly, everything is alleged. Them people at that police station know what happened. Them investigators know what's up. They already know that straight drop was the man with the plan. You know what I'm saying? They know he was more involved than at calling shots than Cornelius was. They really probably not even worried about the money from straight drop. I mean, from Cornelius people, but they want to know if straight drop get a lawyer. They want to know where that money coming from. They gonna be on top of that. Now they gonna be on top of that money. He's absolutely correct. They gonna be on top of that money that's coming from straight drop in, cause they know straight drop was the man with the plan. They know he was, he had more calling this than Cornelius. Everybody in their right mind know that. But they gonna most definitely want to know where that money coming from a straight drop. They want to know. They gonna trade. They that's why ain't nobody. It really messed up though, cause it really ain't nothing.
Don't Cornelius got more charges than straight drop?
No, straight drop got more charges. Straight drop charged with it's superseding, which I did when I go back and listen to the judge it do. But that means more charges done been brought against him. Straight drop got 2 murder charges. He got 2 attempted murder charges. That's why I keep telling folks, y'all not paying attention. But people say, no, these charges running together. But yeah, they may be. But that means when they superseding, because I asked in the chats one day, people said that mean they brought more charges against him. So to me, it's just like he got 2 different case numbers. I ain't thought you could be charged with the same thing twice. I thought that was double jeopardy, especially in one case. So straight got 2 murder charges, 2 attempted murder charges. He got that theft of property charge, and he also got the something about employment of the, something with that. And then he got that rape charge. That's what his charges are. And I'm gonna say allegedly, but it's really not allegedly, because that's what's on. If you go to the Shelby County website and look him up, you gonna see him, because that's for free. You ain't gotta do nothing. Type in Justin Johnson, go to the Shelby County website of Memphis, Tennessee, and it's gonna pop up if you put his name in there.
Miss
But
D, I meant to say Tamron and Miss D, but because I know you work in the legal field, Tamron. But isn't it? You said he has two different he was charged two different ways. Double jeopardy. Maybe the state's charging for the same, and maybe the feds is charging for the same. Could that be it, Tamron?
T.
Uh-oh.
T.
We can't hear you, T.
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. I guess I had it on mute. It seems to me that he has two different C numbers, which would be two different cases. But I heard somebody else said that actually he was indicted on one or something, and that was just an add-on. One of them superseded the other one. I'm not sure, because normally it could be because they do things differently. They change laws and do things differently, or change rules or whatever. But when I was working over there, two different C numbers was two different cases. Now, a lot of times people would get things confused. They would think that a person was charged with 2 counts of murder, but it would be the same C numbers, which are criminal court numbers, right? But these are two different criminal court numbers.
But didn't you say that when you looked at his information that he was charged with the same thing twice?
You talking about the murder charge?
No, well, I'm talking about what Dee was just saying before I asked that question. When she said that she thought it was double jeopardy, and so that's why I was asking you if he's charged for the same thing twice. Could it be maybe the state's charging for one and the federal? Because any other way, it would be considered double jeopardy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, double jeopardy is something else. Double jeopardy is when you're charged with when you're charged with a murder. Like if you're charged with a murder and you get off or something, you could never be charged with it again. I'm saying it a little wrong, but it's right.
But let's say the state's charging him with murder and attempt, and then the feds is charging with the same thing. They can do that because it's two different. One is state, one's federal, correct?
Right, but here's the thing about that. The reason I don't think that it's a federal charge is because it is in the state, the county system. Normally, you don't see federal charges in the system that we was looking at.
Because I haven't completed my degree for criminal justice, but yeah, I was from my understanding, you can be charged with the same charge, one for state, one for federal, but you can't be charged the same thing twice by either. Like the state do it twice and the feds do it twice. So that's considered double jeopardy.
Right.
I don't know, because to me, the feds can do what they want to do, like for real, because when I don't know, I just feel like.
I know what you're saying. No, they can't charge the Fed. No, they can't do that. Like if the feds are going to pick it up, then let's just say he's charged with murder. The state charges him with murder and the feds pick him up. No, they can't give him 2 murder charges. I see what you're saying. That means that the feds just picked it up. But
well,
the
hey,
feds have their
let
own
y'all,
system. You don't
long
really
live
see the
Dolph.
feds charges.
I'm finna let y'all go. I gotta get ready for work in the morning, so I ain't gonna hold y'all up. So
glad you came up on the panel tonight.
All right, yeah. Thanks for having me, Miss D and T.
Thank you so much for coming.
All right, I'll talk to y'all later. All right.
I'm gonna say I'm just gonna be honest, because I like to stick to how I feel. I got opinions just like everybody else do. He got 2 bodies. I mean, like I just feel like he got 2 bodies because he got 2 different case numbers. Because if that's the case, why it ain't like that with Cornelius?
Right.
Cornelius, I feel like he got 2 bodies. Ain't no sense in sugarcoating. He got 2 bodies.
If not more, that they haven't found out yet.
It is what it is. He got 2 bodies. I don't care.
And Miss Kimberly, you don't normally, the feds have their own system. So the systems that you're able to go look at, like the Shelby County system, I think what people are seeing these charges at, you're not going to see federal charges in that system.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because the feds in the state is two different things.
Right.
But shouldn't they, whoever the shooters were, to me, I feel like they should be charged, also with Dolph murder, but however many other people that was in that cookie shop, that to me it should be a attempt for each person as well.
Now, see, that's where I got confused at too, because I'm like, why it ain't attempt for everybody, however many people that was in that cookie shop? They should have plenty of attempts. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? From my understanding, it was 3, maybe 4 people in that cookie shop. Why they didn't get an attempt on those people? Now that right there was the confusing part to me. Cause you're absolutely correct. Now you on to something with that. I never understood that.
Or it could be maybe they because sometimes the state, what they'll do, they will not bring all the charges in case they lose a case, they can charge you for something else. You know what I mean? So that could be it, but it just didn't make sense to me either why it wasn't 4 or 5 additional attempted murder charges.
Right.
That I always wanted that too. I'm like, why they just got one attempt? Which I know that one attempt is on Dolph's brother, but other people in that cookie shop. Now it was other people in that cookie shop. I never understood that either. That was always just puzzling to me. It's a lot of things in this case that's puzzling. There just ain't it ain't making sense. Now, because I like to use my common sense and like to use my street sense. It's a lot of things just not making sense to me because I don't understand.
Clark,
go ahead.
Whoever Clark is, he say they ran. That's why and left Dolph. That's why. Or excuse me, they ran. That's why and left Dolph them up the front. Doesn't make sense. But even if they did run, that still should be attempted murder for each person that was in that building outside of Dolph and his brother.
Right, because they put all of their lives, they put everybody's life in jeopardy. With the type of weapons that they had, they could have hurt and murdered everybody in that place.
Yep, they came to make sure you're in a body bag and toe tag.
Because the other people are witnesses. Well, that's true too. They said, well, the other people are witnesses, but they're also
victims.
They're victims, yeah. Internet now is undefeated. I mean, like that. I understand.
They're also victims too. So, yeah, they're also victims too. So I'm sure. I'm sure though they're being quiet about. I don't think we'll ever really know until this stuff is over with or until it starts who was truly in that cookie shop because they're gonna. I'm sure they're gonna be witnesses. Hello there, Miss Sweet Bay.
Girl.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello.
You've been up here a minute.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I've been watching y'all. I've been working a lot.
Okay. So what you think about the cookie shop?
I got a question first. Before I forget. Okay, that lady just spoke about should the people be in the store charged or should be the shooters of Dolph should be charged for the people that was inside that survived.
I wasn't talking about the people being shooting Dolph them. I was talking about straight dropping whoever was with him shooting inside when they killed Dolph and shot his brother. I was meaning everybody else that survived is a victim, and it should be attempted murder charge for each person that was in there. And also to answer that guy down in the comments, even if they are witnesses, that doesn't change the fact they're still victims because they shot and they could have killed them.
Right, a straight bullet could have hit them.
Yeah,
even though they wasn't the target.
Right.
Okay, right. I was just wondering what you was what you was trying to say, and then what Miss D was trying to say. Okay, yeah, I got it now. But yeah, I think the cookie shop shouldn't open up back at that location because it's still gonna be a bunch of people doing retaliation. It's gonna be not saying hate crime or anything, but it's a lot of people still hurt. They still hurt. And also you got the haters. They can be come out and do a drive by. It might be a woman and her granddaughter, a woman and her child going in there get cookies. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it'll be safe.
Right.
Also, Tamara, tell me this if you can, or the panel. Um, oh God, I'm sorry, I just forgot what I was about to say. I hate when that happens. I gotta remember. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I I was ready to read what the young lady said about one indictment superseding the other, and that is true, especially when there are charges added. I forgot about that. They charged him with murder, and then they turned around. He had a they added charges. There was another indictment. They added charges. So sometimes, so what happened is, if that's true, one of those you'll see them remove one out of the system.
I remember what I was about to say,
What you
Tamara.
mean, one of the
Whoever,
murders?
Why they didn't remove it off his paperwork so people won't be confused?
Yeah, his
Remove what
lawyers,
off of it?
his lawyers get it removed, but no, he won't be. They're not removing a murder. That's if I know what she's saying, because I forgot about that. That is true. When there are two indictments, when there's one indictment and then they're adding charges, one indictment will supersede the other, and they will get new C numbers and stuff, new for
Yeah,
a
they
different
gonna
indictment.
increase the charges,
Right.
but they're gonna increase the charges, but it may pick up and go federal because when you commit a murder and you commit a crime after that, that's when it enhance. But if he
Mhm.
get charged with the state and get charged with if he got more than one charge, and I don't know if it's on the same case, they probably gonna run his time concurrent.
you know what?
So,
Um, being that straight drop them are part of a gang, they could. The feds can
that's
get the
gang
RICO
affiliation.
because of organized,
Yeah,
criminal.
organized crime.
Exactly. I do believe the Fed's gonna probably pick it up and do that because it was, they conspired and they're a gang, part of a gang. And then they, it was a hit. It was a paid hit. So I do believe, I could be wrong, but I think the Fed's gonna pick it up. And usually if the Feds pick it up, the state wait first for the Feds to do their job, right, Tamron?
You said
Okay, let me ask this one
Yeah, I
question.
think you will start doing your Fed time if the feds don't pick up a case that he's been charged with. Let's say he got charged for evading arrest, and that's a felony. But I'm just saying, like, they're gonna take them higher crimes because the little smaller crimes ain't gonna really matter. They
Yeah, that's
probably
what I was
throw it in the eye.
asking. That's what I was asking Tamara. If the Fed if they're charged both state and federal, wouldn't it Feds trial or case go before the state usually?
Correct.
usually it
Correct.
does. Yeah, it would override. Yeah.
Okay. And but the question I was going to ask that I had forgot was damn. Oh, here it is. Why did they release the scene so fast, Tamara? Because I mean, to me, I feel like they should have had crime scene in there doing video. I mean, they released that scene too quick for me.
Well, they have what? Well, let me just say this: with MPD, they do have a crime scene department. I don't know if they. I didn't. I couldn't watch it all the way through, so I don't know if they released it too quick. But they do have crime scene. That's a division that only deal in crime scenes, and they get out there and I guess they do what they're supposed to do.
Because I seen a
Um,
video where the employees was cleaning up inside later that night. That's why
mhm.
I'm like, why? Maybe they did, but to me, they just released the scene too fast for me.
Yeah, yeah, that could be
Okay,
true. They may have.
this is where I'm lost at now. Okay, I know Memphis and Georgia laws are a little different. But being that, we keep saying the Fed's gonna pick it up, the Fed's gonna pick it up. Now see, let me tell you something. In Georgia, the Fed's gonna pick it up anyway because the ATF, the alcohol, tobacco, and
Yep.
firearm, and guns gonna make them pick it
Yeah.
up anyway,
Yep.
automatically. That's why I'm
Yeah.
so lost when people don't think the Fed's involved now because you know what? They gotta be because straight drop was a felony. And then being that he's charged with murder too, and he had that gun, And then it don't matter whether he was one with the Draco or he was just him being in the around a gun, period. The feds would have automatically picked that up. And I'm quite sure that's an interstate. I'm quite sure that's an interstate. That's why I'm so lost when people
Yeah,
keep saying
they're gonna pick it up right now. They just
Still gathering
trying
people,
to,
doing
yeah,
investigations. And to
yeah.
answer Mother Queen, she said they must prove that it was murder was for the benefit of a gang. I don't believe personally, Mother Queen. I don't believe so. It's well documented on social media that
That they are
Straight Drop
gang
them are
members.
gang members, so they don't have to prove that.
They didn't hide it. They put it out there that they were
Yeah,
gang members.
Yeah,
yeah.
they gonna listen to it in
All
their
they got to do
lyrics
is look
and
at their
everything.
social media. They said it. They admitted it.
And let me
Mm-hmm.
tell you this, even though it it shouldn't it don't seem fair, is when they also have how can I say, they paint a persona of the person that got killed with his lyrics. You know
yeah.
what I'm saying?
Sometimes they
So
make them to be the villain and they're a victim.
yeah, yeah, like I say, when my husband got killed, I went in the courtroom. The DA was like, and the chief investigator, he's like, your husband was a bad motherfucker too.
That is so
He wasn't no
insensitive.
angel. Yeah, no, none whatsoever.
And I'm sorry for your
And I'm
loss,
like, what
but
his past got to do with him being murdered and getting justice?
when I was in school for criminal justice, and Tamara, you probably can back me up on this. It doesn't matter if you was a killer or a prostitute. If you are a victim, you and your family deserve justice,
Right.
and for whoever that did a crime should do time.
That's true.
Everybody, family, in any murder case, not
That's
only Dolph, not
Right.
being everybody, family deserve closure and justice in any murder case.
Any
Period.
any case, they deserve to be treated just like a victim and not how they live. Because if they were a victim, that has nothing they became a victim, but that doesn't mean because I was a prostitute or a drug dealer that you shouldn't
It's
prosecute
so
who
it's
killed
so
me.
it should does be held against you.
Was
Right.
It
your
be held
husband killed
against
in
you.
in the
It
in
is
the Mid
in
South
street
area?
politics.
Sweet
It's
babe, was your husband killed in the Tennessee
it,
area?
no, in Houston.
Oh my
Okay.
My
God.
husband got killed at a corner store.
So it sounds like is it just as bad in Houston as it is in Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am.
My God.
It's not
Wow.
as small though, but yeah.
Yeah, Houston's way bigger than Memphis for sure.
Well, this
I
is what
know
I
at
want
least
to ask
five to
people
ten people being killed at night.
on the panel. Do y'all think it's more arrests to be made? I want to know because I want to know because I don't know. Do y'all
Absolutely.
think in y'all heart because we want to know? Do y'all think in
Man,
y'all
when
heart?
they start throwing that time at them brothers, they gonna be
Mhm.
singing like a bird.
Yeah.
Unless unless
Yes.
he know for sure he gonna be taken care of and gonna have a well paid lawyer.
So you think they gonna get to talking? What you saying? They you feel like
Yeah, they gonna get to talking because these boys finna spend the rest of their life locked up, and they better be thankful that they ain't in the state of Texas because they throw the death penalty at you so
And
quick.
they
It
kill
make
them. You
your head
don't sit
swim.
on that. You don't sit on death row for no 50 years in Houston. I mean Texas.
So
State
don't.
of Texas gonna get rid of you
10
quick.
at 10 at the most.
And you know what? Um, panel, this is how I personally feel. If you are tried and convicted for a murder or like a sexual assault or abuse of an elderly person or a child, and you get the death penalty, I think it's not justice or injustice when they die in prison before they're executed. They shouldn't even be living 10 years to me. Giving a darn death penalty. Put that needle in their arm.
That's right.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. I feel like the bad thing. I feel like the death penalty is a cheap way out. I feel like they need to sit in there and suffer. They need to do their time day by day, hour by hour, night by night. I feel like the death penalty is a quick way out to me.
You
I
know,
mean,
if I
suffer.
must be honest, if I because of our justice system, everybody deserves this and that. the way you kill a person, I believe you should be killed that same way.
You
Versus
think
like
so?
versus going, the needle, but we call that inhuman and not right to kill a person the way they killed someone else. I feel like that's how it should be. But our system give, to me, our system give the guilty people or the suspects or the felons too much rights, and the victims don't get as many rights as the suspects or defendant.
Rashad Russian said, literally dropped, I'm assuming, man, that was the dumbest thing I've ever seen a killer do, allegedly. I guess he's talking about dropping that video, assuming.
Um
Yeah, and whether he was cloud chasing or not, and what I'm gonna say, that man can be guilty and still end up being accountable for that murder, and his life and his his freedom and possibility his life can be taken. You know how many is so many innocent people on death row or them been executed
yep.
and been innocent, but they put themselves at the wrong place at the wrong time, guilty by association.
Now, I
Like,
personally feel, me personally, I'd rather let a guilty man or woman go free than to have an innocent person serve jail or get the death penalty.
Yeah.
That's how I personally feel.
Yeah. You know what they say? The saying is, it's better to let 10 guilty men go free than to convict one innocent one. Rashad
Absolutely.
said Nick Rose not taking no death penalty for their team. Down goes Frazier. No, they're not. That's why they put death on the table. I think they understand how big these organizations are, how things have gotten out of hand. And
Um,
they truly plan to, and I think a lot of them are gonna end up getting to the chair, because Tennessee still do. They when they do finally kill you, it is in a very cruel way. They still have the electric chair. They don't put the needle in your arm. They got the electric chair.
oh, really?
well,
That's good.
in
Now,
Tennessee,
Davy
Yeah.
Lewis says this. He said they can't open a cookie shop where Dolph passed because that's a landmark. Davy Lewis, if the owners and if Makita Cookie decide they want to open that store back, they can. They're not, they can't not open if they don't want to, but they can't open that whether it's a landmark or not.
I thought it was a Caucasian lady that owned that.
That was the one downtown, I believe.
Yeah, that's the one downtown. Rashad Russian said that fair time hit different. Yeah, because you're doing day for day. You do day for day with the Fed time. And I think they're trying to pass some laws here in Tennessee now as far as state time. You get out when you do 30% or whatever it is. They're trying to get it something similar to like the Fed time where you do 80% of your time before you get out.
Maybe they
But
trying to get all the money.
The dumbest thing that now we finna take it through the paper shredder, because you have people be like, oh, straight drop didn't have nothing to do with this. Well, then if y'all gonna ride for straight drop, some of y'all that feel like straight drop really didn't have nothing to do with this, y'all should have told him, man. Now send him a letter down there and tell him the dumbest thing you could have done. Well, made that track hawk video. That was the dumbest thing. I ain't never in my life seen it like this before. I had never in my life. I don't know what kind of clout they was chasing. I don't know what kind of clout they was chasing. But he incriminated himself. He said 50 shots in 20 seconds. Got some get back for my mans. And then you on the run and you drop this video.
Right.
Come
but
on,
they was
man.
doing so much dirt. I'm sure that he could have been talking about, because you look at straight drop right now. Straight drop look like, do y'all be looking at his face? He looked devastated.
To
Yeah.
me, he look like he posted. He ain't got no lawyer. That's why I feel like that's why I do feel like it's some truth to COT to running out with his money, because he just looked too devastated that he
He
ain't got no
could have
lawyer.
had some money for a lawyer, but he could have had some money, or he do have some money. He just don't wanna, just jump right off the table with the money, because they're gonna be looking at him like, you ain't got no job, you ain't got no career, you ain't,
Yeah, because
you ain't no lotto, you
always
ain't got no inheritance.
He always can fire the lawyer that he have. He really can. Now
Yep.
you absolutely correct. He
Yeah, he can
always can
find a
fire
he can find a lawyer, but what I'm saying is either he got the money and he don't want to drop it on the lawyer, or he um like somebody done took it. You know what I'm saying? Somebody done messed over him.
But my girl,
But
we gonna keep
I
now.
think
You
if
done
he had the money,
You
huh?
know, you don't had your husband to pass. You say, now we gonna keep it strict. Now we gonna be logical about this for real. Who gonna play with their life like that? Who finna play with their life? 'Cause I get what they just had to do the paperwork on me. Cause I'm not finna play. You see, Cornelius didn't play. We see Cornelius did not play. Now who finna play with their life? If you talking about the death penalty, and I'm sitting here, and you ought to seen the look on his face
They
when
can
he
talk about the devil, but the thing is, he can have a court appointed lawyer, but he can decide and say, well, next month, my third or fourth court date, I'm gonna go on and drop me a bag on a a paid attorney, a free
Yeah, but
world
he looks
attorney.
straight drop looked devastated.
yeah,
Somebody
I
said
don't
they
think
think the folks
He might be
when the
broke.
people
Somebody might
got him,
not
they took the
ran
money.
on his book.
They
see
said they
that
think the
right.
police took the money off of him, and they can put it into evidence.
Yep.
I
They
hope
sure
that
can.
fool. Now this right here really that he was a real fool. Because look now, I'm gonna tell you something. That Trey out video, them bands went down to nothing almost. All them bands. Like, if you go back to that step down video he did right after Dolph got killed, he had bands. He had bands on top of bands. Whether his money, prop money out, we don't know. But them bands went down to a little bit of nothing on that Trey House video because we know he liked to flex. Them bands went down to nothing on that Trey House video. He might have had $5,000 when
Wow.
he was working on that track out video.
But you know what, D also, or Miss D also, these rappers or wannabe rappers, they think, because it's been said a lot that when you're rapping and all that, it's a form of art. So he thinking they can't, the words that he's using in that video can't be used against him, but thankfully they can. A lot of not police, a lot of prosecution have been using words from songs.
Let me tell you who's a prime example that I don't know if anybody know the dude YNM Nelly
Melly,
or who
yep,
his lyrics was used as prosecution. Of course, the same way you got people. Let me tell you something about it. Let me tell you something about this. They listen the same way you got FBI to listen to rap music. You got them to listen to YouTube. That they listening to all of this.
yep.
That's why I say that. I'm gonna tell y'all some that Track Hawk video. If they go to trial with this, I guarantee you that's gonna be part of the evidence in trial. Now, y'all can think what y'all want to think and be like, oh, I don't care how long it was before he made that video. Before Dolph, he could have made it before. I don't care. But them lyrics going to everything that done happened in this death is going to everything that he's describing between the Anita Wilson case allegedly and death case. They shot at them women 40 times. Then
Yep.
they went over there and shot at Dolph 50 sometimes and hit him 22. Them lyrics are matching everything that happened in Dolph's death. Now we not finna act like we stupid to this. Of course, them lyrics, that song is gonna be used.
They gonna pay attention to Dolph lyrics too.
Well, I'm so
They
thankful
will.
that these criminals
Yeah, that's
and these
true too.
thugs are dummies. I'm glad that they put it in a song so they can get that's called self snitching. They need to get
Yeah.
Exactly.
prosecuted.
Exactly.
And then
Exactly.
also, with seeing what do you all think about Yo Gotti pushing back his album? Dolph was killed and then he pushed his album back. I think there was a lot of incriminating songs and verses in that on that album.
It could have been. I don't think we'll ever know, but I think he knew he couldn't get out and promote it, but he still really hadn't promoted it. And I saw another blogger say that it didn't do well. I don't know though.
I think that's why he did that challenge, that bogus rigged up challenge, to try to take the eye off of Dolph or his, the sales.
Okay, Dolph called. They said Dolph called the store to say he was coming. Somebody called the hitters.
How do we know that? How do you know that information? Whoever wrote
Well,
that?
I think that's just a rumor, but I'm sure the police would know though because I'm sure Dolph's phone was in. They got everybody that he called. I'm sure they got his phone. They was able to go through his phone to see what was going on with that. people who never had money till their first job would never understand what it takes to raise yourself and won't get respect like Dolph. Gotta delay his album to take out the subliminals.
Okay,
Okay.
my point exactly. What was
He
what
put,
was those incriminating things that he didn't want the world to know about?
and
Yeah,
Lois says she think that he pushed it back because it was gonna flop for bad for business. And Black Media says, giving up your childhood to make it mean way more over a work permit, kid.
What?
For for those of you all that are just coming into the room, please hit the like button. We got 176 people in the room, and I think I only got 122 likes. So if I could get 150 likes, that would be good. If you have not subscribed to
Hey,
the channel, please subscribe to the channel.
hey, y'all, I done
absolutely.
dozed off. I'm finna get off of here. I had a long day. It was nice talking to you ladies.
Thank
Nice
you for
talking to you.
Bye.
thank you for coming up.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be listening.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been on 4.5 hours. It is two, it's going on 2:30 here, Miss D. I think it's
Almost
going on
3:15.
3:15
It's
there. I am tired. I got it's 176 on here, but y'all, I gotta go out on the case in the morning.
okay.
I
Blessings.
gotta go out on a case in the morning. I was sitting here, and even when I get off, I was thinking about I gotta prep my Iraq bag. I always say my Iraq bag. Get my stuff ready so that we can go out and we meet up and go out. And I gotta write some notes up because I like to be prepared for
Absolutely.
where
I'm
we
finna,
post up at.
I'm
But
finna do my
I want to
inventory.
thank everybody for getting on. I want to thank the young ladies that are on the panel with me tonight. I really appreciate you, Miss D. I really appreciate you, Miss Kimberly. I appreciate you, everybody that has come
Thank you.
up. I appreciate everybody that is in the chat. I appreciate everyone that has subscribed to um look at this. Now why my client up at 2 in the morning? Talking about when we're gonna child, please send me something. But anyways, y'all, I want to thank everybody that rise, that rise with me on this. I really appreciate that. Even the trolls, you still count as a view. I appreciate that. I got some new content for you all pretty soon. As a matter of fact, I think I want to have that ready for you all, this week because there's some more stuff that I want to look into, some more things that I'm doing. So anyways, for those of you all that's getting ready to go to sleep, I pray God's blessings over you all. And for
Thank
those
you.
of you all that have to go to work, just like I got to go undercover this morning, I pray that God goes before you. Thank you all for tuning in and have a good night.
Good night.
Good
Good
night.
night.